All was quiet, save for the hushed voices of library patrons in distant stacks. It wasn't that she had been suddenly teleported to this strange place. There was no jolt of surprise when she became aware of these surroundings, but rather like a dream, as one moment she was there and then the next moment she had always been here. The transition from one state to the other was hard to grasp. Across from her was another plush chair, in which a hooded figure sat. They were garbed in a red robe that shrouded most of their body, but she could see a pair of insectoid limbs sticking out from their sleeves, and an equally chitinous head, half covered by their hood. The figure in the robe gazed back at her with two sets of eyes, each sparkling with ancient intelligence and private humor. They shook slightly, in a way that reminded Madras of her grandmother. It was as though simply sitting upright was a significant exertion for them. Anut then winked, and Madras suddenly felt very distant from herself, submerged in a sort of icy, calm fear. She was completely at Anut's mercy, as killing her would require less than a thought. She began vividly imagining Anut's claws materializing inside her chest to caress her heart with horrible tenderness. It would take only the slightest squeeze to pop it like a balloon. Madras says that she only noticed just now, but she probably already knew that. Anut nods and says that she did, causing another chill to run down Madras. She then mentions the bomb, and Anut tilts her head slightly, asking if she means this bomb. A second set of arms emerged from inside her robes, more human than the first. Sitting in her left palm was a small sphere of glass, wound in wires and bits of metal. The sphere was full of a murky yellow liquid, with something indistinct floating inside. Madras's clearance hadn't been high enough for her to know what. Anut held it up to the light, arm trembling slightly, and says that she's rather impressed with her people. It would be difficult for even an individual of her talents to obtain such a fascinating toy. Madras remarks that that's Foundation property, but she winces after saying it, and Anut barks out a laugh, seemingly surprised by her audacity. She says that she has a suspicion that her Foundation considers Anut to be much the same, so it's only fitting that she holds on to it. Her hand closes around it, then opens to reveal empty air. For a moment, there was silence between the two, and not far behind Anut, Madras could see what appeared to be a sapient colony of mice discussing the pros and cons of Maya Angelou's prose style with an energy vortex in a turtleneck sweater. She suspects that she's in the Wanderer's library, and she dreamed of coming here ever since she had first read its file, but this felt more like a nightmare. She finally says to Anut that they played right into her hands, and they were doomed the moment they decided to interview her. Anut tilts her head and contemplates this for a moment, before stating that she shall give her a parting gift as a reward for her assistance. Madras said nothing, as she'd been working at the Foundation long enough to know better than to turn down a divine reward, since gods often took that as a grave insult. Anut says that this is some information that her Foundation will likely find quite interesting, should Madras find her way back to them. Her sisters have many flaws, but it should never be said that they are not resourceful. If she has escaped her bonds, it is likely that they have recently done the same, or will be doing so in the days to come. Chitinous plates fold up in what appeared to be a sort of humorless smile, as she says that very few of them are as courteous as she is. She then clicks her claws on the edge of her chair, and space begins to fold around it, pressing itself into fractals that shift and shrink. She says that now she must be going, as she's left a friend of hers waiting for long enough. Madras watches as space continues to fold around the chair, like a set of jaws waiting to close, before speaking on some stupid, half-baked impulse. She asks what happens to the girl in her story, and where does she go in the end? The fractals pause for a fraction of a moment, pulling the contorted space taut before returning to their folding. Something flickered across Anut's face, not an emotion exactly, but its shadow. The imprint of a body in dark waters. Anut states that she goes home. The girl finally goes home. Then the sky bit down, and Anut was gone. Alright, so I don't think there's a great mystery here that needs to be unraveled, as what happened is fairly clear. The Foundation came across one of the Scarlet King's 7 brides, locked away very deeply in a pocket dimension that's practically impossible to find. Rather than just letting her sit there until the end of time, one O5 council member has the bright idea to have someone start chatting with her, hoping to get some information that the Foundation can use against the Scarlet King, who is very much a looming threat to existence. Of course, Anut doesn't want to sit there as a captive until the end of time, but rather than doing the usual deific things of threatening captors or promising power, she proceeds to be rather amicable, sharing a few stories with her interviewer. In what proves to be a particularly block-headed moment that neither Madras nor anyone else on the research team seem to notice, Madras allows Anut to share one more story, making it a nice, even 3. Despite Anut providing ample warning about the power of narratives, symbolism, and her particular talent for magic associated with the number 3, no one stops her from telling the 3rd story, allowing her to easily break containment. The Scarlet King mythos is among the more esoteric elements of the SCP universe, but needless to say, the king is a pretty big threat, and so are most of his brides. Although they aren't exactly fond of the Scarlet King themselves, having been sealed away forever just to prevent the possibility of them overthrowing him, they are by no means allies to the Foundation. It does sometimes seem like there are more articles depicting the Foundation as being a bit blundering rather than being hyper-competent, but it's tough to compete with ancient deities, I guess. SCP-7291. Ge is for Gesundheit. Superstitions have influenced humanity since the dawn of our species. Knocking on wood, avoiding black cats and walking under ladders, holding a rabbit's foot for luck, wishbones, Friday the 13th, and breaking mirrors. Humans have come up with countless ways that they believe will bring them great fortune or misfortune. Ordinarily, these small beliefs don't cause much harm, as most people don't really care if you avoid walking under a ladder, but occasionally these things can spiral out of control. SCP-7291 is a tale of superstitions running awry in an already dire situation, featuring a large cast of characters and plenty of misfortune. Let us begin. SCP-7291 is a tomb in the Pinsk marshes in Belarus, near the Pripyat River. A rough map and architectural summary were recovered from the files of a drone technician, DaCosta, after Incident 7291-1. In the summary, DaCosta states that the tomb is constructed entirely below grade, accessed via a narrow aperture in an inconspicuous natural rock feature. The primary structure is a series of bedrock chambers, with obvious tool markings indicating that they were carved by humans or human-adjacent hands. The descent to these chambers is composed of Macrana white marble, as the marsh soil cannot effectively be tunneled. This material doesn't occur naturally in Belarus and must have been imported from the Indian subcontinent. Though Makrana marble is non-porous and the bedrock is solid, neither material should be impenetrable by the surrounding marsh. Nevertheless, the tomb contains no standing water and the walls do not leak. The layout of the tomb consists of a descending access passage with multiple switchbacks and blind corners, a wide forecourt with an entrance to the tomb proper, an outer chamber and inner chamber, an outer and inner burial chamber, and an extensive series of interconnected tunnels. Exploration of the tunnels has yet to be completed, and over 20 kilometers of tunnel have thus far been mapped. The burial chambers are irregular, rough-hewn structures, each containing a single, undecorated sarcophagus and several niches obscured with rough plaster, which may or may not contain burial paraphernalia. The sarcophagus in the outer burial chamber was opened before the Foundation discovered the tomb, and the sarcophagus in the inner burial chamber, the lid of which is flush with the stone floor, was opened subsequently. We're surprisingly not given the description of the tomb's anomalous effect, with a Reza note telling us that the description has been deferred until the nomination of a new research team for this file, and completion of an internal affairs investigation into the two incidents. The tomb came to the Foundation's attention in September of 2022, after a series of unorthodox actions on the part of professional archaeologist Dr. Boris Salovey. Salovey was on a Foundation watch list after inadvertently uncovering an anomalous ruin beneath a building site in Minsk in 2010. Despite repeated amnesticization, Salovey continued to sporadically encounter esoteric materials unknown to the Foundation or mainstream archaeology over the succeeding 11 years. After discovering 7291, however, his behavior became erratic enough to justify his firing from the Belarusian Academy of Sciences, as he did not possess tenure. His behavior included frequent unannounced sabbaticals, redacting citations from his academic work, refusing to reveal sources for peer review, accusing 17 colleagues of attempted plagiarism, theft of research materials from other academics, and theft of artifacts from the Belarusian State Museum, several of which were identified as anomalous in origin. Salovey was detained at Area 06 for interrogation, and due to a passing professional familiarity, Dr. Neller of the Foundation Department of Archaeology was selected to conduct Salovey's intake interview. In the interview, Salovey seems agitated and will not make eye contact, periodically smiling twitchily or nodding to himself as if in sudden understanding. Neller tells him that it's good to see him, as they last met at the Polotsk conference in 2012, if he remembers. Salovey says that of course he remembers him, and it all makes sense now. That's when it all started, the theft, and it won't stop him, and they can't stop them. They're crawling towards us from the past, inch by precious inch. Neller responds that he's gotten rather far ahead of his script, and asks who exactly are the ones that are crawling towards us from the past. Salovey says that he knows damn well who, the Davites. We're given a brief profile on the Davite Empire, a militaristic, imperialistic theocracy that occupied a wide area of south-central Siberia and neighboring territories until its destruction in the 13th century. The Davites were known for their employment of thaumaturgy, ritualism, slavery, human sacrifice, cannibalism, and ontokinetics. Davite archaeological sites continued to be discovered well beyond the empire's original bounds, representing attempted conquests or the waxing and waning of political power. Such sites are almost universally anomalous in nature and prejudicial to human life. The most problematic artifact of the Davites is a 20th century historical monograph describing their socio-political history, SCP-140, a chronicle of the Devas. When exposed to a sufficient quantity of ink or any effective ink substitute, the monograph will amend itself to retroactively continue the story of the Empire beyond its supposed destruction. These changes will be written into baseline reality, and the Empire's timeline will expand closer to the present day. This existential threat makes prompt analysis of any and all Davite sites and artifacts discovered by the Foundation a paramount priority. Neller asks how exactly he knows about the Davites, causing Salovey to laugh and say that the Foundation stole his memories, but he got them back. He found them in the dark, found himself, found his purpose. He should thank them for that much, as the missing time, files, and the blank hole they carved out of his life gave him a drive he's never known before. He remembers Neller from that conference, lean and hungry, and says that he always had that drive, but didn't have anything to show for it. Salovey never had anything to show either, but it never mattered to him. He stumbled into archaeology like a drunk to an open bar, and wanted a job where he could spend time outdoors and have other people do the heavy lifting. It never mattered to him before Minsk, before the Foundation made it matter, but that was nothing compared to what he found deep down in the earth. He says that he keeps wanting to tell Neller, as it's a devilish secret to keep, wriggling against the back of his brain, but it's only meant for him, until it belongs to everyone. Neller tells him that he's going in circles, but Salovey responds that he's leading him in circles, and Neller's following, like he always has. He's not going to get anywhere by nipping at Salovey's boot heels, and won't make his name by discrediting his. Neller stands and says that they'll speak again after he's examined his work, but Salovey tells him that he won't find it, and if he does, he won't understand it. It's in a code that he'll never break, not in a Deva's age, and he tells Neller to trust him on this one thing, that he wouldn't want to understand it. An MTF was sent into Salovey's last known residence in the city of Pinsk, locating a cache of research materials after a brief search, and several minor injuries sustained via interaction with crude household traps. The files were encrypted, with Reza cryptographers cracking each cipher in short order, revealing the location of Salovey's most recent and undeclared archaeological worksite. A brief drone reconnaissance was performed, mapping the main tomb chambers, but stopped short of the rear tunnel network, with the anomaly being classified SCP-7291. Repeated requests to the Department of Containment by Dr. Neller resulted in his nomination as project lead, at which point he quickly assembled a team and arranged their transportation to the Pinsk marshes. The team consists of Neller, 3 members from the Department of History, 2 from the Department of Tactical Theology, 3 from the Engineering and Technical Services Department, 1 from the Logistics Department, 1 from the Department of Geophysics, 1 from the Medical Department, and 5 MTF members. Neller's application for a registered thaumaturge to join the team was rejected by Overwatch Command due to the potentially disastrous risk posed by spiritual possession. Neller rejected the deployment of Scranton reality anchors, citing irreparable damage done to similar archaeological sites by the use of such equipment. A temporary base camp was established at the mouth of the cave leading to the tomb entrance, where the team were outfitted with lapel cameras and radio transmitters. A second drone survey was then carried out, confirming the results of the first, and the entire group began their descent into the tomb. The tunnel slopes down steeply and turns at sharp angles very frequently, though there is sufficient headroom and space for 3 to walk abreast. The air is filled with particles of dust, and technician DaCosta asks if they're sure if this is completely safe, to which the MTF captain says, of course not. The engineering chief says that they won't get any cave-ins, which DaCosta says he's not worried about, at which point he sneezes, and asks if they shouldn't be wearing masks. One of the medical doctors tells him that there is no threat of contagion, as the place is completely sterile, which is a problem of its own, since this is in the middle of a marsh. The MTF captain says that they're the advance party, and they need to get this threat squared away. but DaCosta remarks that it doesn't seem prudent to risk this many experts in an advance party. Neller counters that when you don't send the experts, that's when it becomes dangerous. This site is too precious and too potentially sensitive to risk anyone blundering around down there uninformed. Should anything happen, they need folks on hand who know precisely how to deal with it. This prompts one of the history professors to comment that Neller has assembled a fine collection of experts in esoterica and no other archaeologists besides himself. Neller says that Dr. Plesko will be taking the lead here, as Davite Empire researchers are almost always generalists. DaCosta asks why, and Plesko responds that there's no line between belief and practice for the Davites. Their architecture, their artifacts, their rituals, their politics, their magic, it's all connected. You can't understand any of it unless you think holistically, and she's trained for decades for an opportunity like this. DaCosta asks if they're pretty sure this place is Davite then, to which Neller says that Salavi seemed certain, and the chief engineer says that the tunnel composition fits the profile roughly. Plesko says that it's certainly not the Empire's best work, and would say that it was put together in great haste. In contrast, the chief engineer notes that stone imported from India and bedrock tunneling has never been described as hasty before. Plesko responds that she's speaking of the standards of a technologically advanced people for their ever-advancing day. They were experts at bedrock tunneling, and were fond of deep places. The team reaches the end of the descent and are standing in the forecourt. It is a large, roughly cubical cave room only decorated at the southern end, where an ornate entrance portal has been carved. Neller says that that's all conjecture, as the tomb could have easily been constructed by locals, using practices learned from the Devas, but Plesko doesn't think that's likely. The Devas didn't teach their techniques, and they didn't encourage literacy amongst their slaves. They were not great disseminators of information, though they did like to leave messages. She hesitates, though, and says that the matter is closed now, indicating an inscription above the doorway. This inscription wasn't on the original feed from the drone footage, and Booth, from the history department, says that it looks like ancient Davite lettering to his half-trained eye. Plesko confirms that it is ancient Davite, but when she asks if she should translate it, the other history professors say absolutely not. DaCosta asks why it wouldn't be safe, and Neller tells him that the Davites weren't above encoding curses into their carvings. Plesko says that they weren't above much of anything, but she believes this to be safe, as it's so far from the heart of the Empire and so long ago. If a curse was laid, it will have long since lost its potency. Neller says that if the Orichalcos core on the drone didn't crack, there's likely no strong thaumaturgy around the entrance. Plesko proceeds to translate the inscription, which reads, "An omen of warning for those who would steal the secrets sequestered behind the Black Seal. Naught here will you find but what others have lost. Your vessels be emptied, and sanguine the cost." The MTF captain says that that's pretty standard spooky go-away tomb stuff, but Professor Booth is disturbed by the fact that Plesko could idiomatically translate ancient Davite on the fly, and more disturbed that her translation rhymes in English. Plesko says that it does rhyme in Davite as well, to which Booth says that that's much worse. Neller says that it's an odd sign, but the exploration does need to progress. The MTF will remain on high alert, but they should proceed. The two members of the Tactical Theology Department say that the import of the engraving is clear. They won't like the revelations they find, and the implication of mortal peril is quite clear. There's also the suggestion that this was sealed up to protect thieves from what's inside, rather than deter them from stealing it. One of the history professors says that there's nothing in Belarusian folklore about a black seal, while Plesko can think of half a dozen black seals in Davic culture. Booth notes that an actual black seal is notably absent from the door, but Plesko says that that's not surprising. They know that Salovey was obsessed, so of course he broke the seal and plunged forward. Neller says that judging by his manner, he's certain that Salovey was affected by a curse of some variety, possibly from breaking the seal. Plesko remarks that the vessels from the inscription is presumably a metaphor of their bodies, which will be emptied. The MTF captain takes that to mean that they'll puke their guts out, but Booth says that she's not thinking Davite enough. More likely, someone else will pull their guts out. They're interrupted as one of the MTF agents calls out to a cat nearby, sitting on its haunches beneath the doorframe and staring at the team. The rest of the MTF raises their weapons, with the captain asking if it's a Davite cat monster. Plesko responds that they had tree monsters and dirt monsters, but definitely not cat monsters. The Davites considered cats anathema and boiled them alive, disposing of their bodies in quarries by the hundreds. The captain takes aim at the cat, but it sneezes, surprising her and making her shot go wide. The cat disappears into the tomb again. Neller supposes that was Salovey's cat, as he apparently chased it into the tunnels after he became convinced that it was spying on him for the Davites. In any event, he thinks that they can move on, and they'll make camp in either the outer or inner chamber, depending on conditions. He tells the rest of the group to keep an eye out for any more tomb monsters, and the chief engineer sneezes. A secondary team from the Engineering and Technical Services Department transported the team's equipment and a series of modular partitions into the outer chamber. They were then recalled and extracted for quarantine off-site in order to limit the number of potential exposures to the tomb. The remainder of the first day was occupied by the construction of the new interior base camp, including a partitioned, hermetically sealable clean room for sensitive communications and computing equipment, including remote monitors for each team member's lapel cameras. A partitioned, hermetically sealable medical chamber, an open barracks and common room, and partitioned washroom facilities with deep-drilled access to the water table were also set up. While the technicians and the engineering chief installed and tested their equipment, the academics combed the 5 main chambers for artifacts. They managed to find 3 sharp daggers, 1 large cleaver, 2 spears, and numerous sundry pieces of decorative art. Plesko identified each artifact as Davite in origin, but Neller was dissatisfied, calling the collection nothing but bog-standard grave goods. This prompted a brief altercation with one of the technicians when he chose to make light of this word choice given the site's geographical surroundings. The absence of any artifacts or remains in the open sarcophagus was confirmed, with the consensus being that Salovey had likely removed anything of value. Neller expressed the opinion that nothing of substance could be learned from the site without examining its closed counterpart, which brought about several hours of fierce debate. The next morning, the engineering chief performed an X-ray scan of the closed sarcophagus, determining it to be either empty or impervious to X-rays. The 2 tactical theology doctors performed a series of tests on both sarcophagi, finding their signatures identically consistent with unmodified baseline reality. Neller then instructed one of the technicians, Rizwana, to begin installation and testing of his Razor equipment, complex stress equalization lifting devices, on both sarcophagi. The device on the open sarcophagus was used to generate training data for the device for the other. Once Rizwana was confident that the second lid could be raised without incident, Neller gave the order to make an attempt. Rizwana remotely operated the device from the clean room, while the others all watched from the outer chamber camp through monitors. One of the tactical theology doctors remarks that they're still moving too quickly, and it's unseemly to rush headlong into blasphemy. Plesko says that the longer they stay here, the more likely they'll start feeling adverse effects. They need more data as quickly as possible to form the basis of a situational assessment. Professor Booth remarks that he'd like to stress the value of humility whilst engaged in the act of grave robbing, and asks his fellow professor to say a few ritual words, to which he states, "Don't break it," causing the group to laugh. Rizwana reports that all of the systems are green and good to go, so Neller tells him to have at it. As he starts, however, he makes a loud exclamation, and then says that he needs to wash his hands. Neller tells him that he can't wash his hands without cycling the airlock and coming outside, and they don't have the time, prompting his fellow technician to remark that he just sneezed in the clean room. A couple of the group members swear, with one of the tactical theologians trying to tell them to refrain from mentioning any deities, but Rizwana says that he really does need to wash his hands. Neller, however, is losing his patience, and asks if he sneezed into his hands so much that they're slick with snot and he can't get a grip on the controls, or if he sneezed all over his monitor, utterly coating it so that he can't see his readouts, or if he sneezed directly onto an exposed length of electrical cable. Because unless he is materially inhibited from performing his duties as of this moment, he is asking him to confirm that his systems remain unaffected by this nasal outburst and lift that lid. After a brief pause, Rizwana says that all systems are a go, and he'll proceed. One of the history professors asks why he wanted to wash his hands, but Rizwana and Neller just say to move on. The device activates, forming a protective shell around the lid, and Neller tells him to lift the lid. There is no obvious exchange of gases as it lifts, and Rizwana notes how much stress fracturing there is. The entire thing must be spiderwebbed with cracks and hollows inside, which really ought to have turned up on the X-ray. As the chief engineer remarks that he triple-checked that X-ray, Rizwana sneezes again and jerks the controls hard to one side. The support rods on the device flex abruptly in obvious response to the input, and the lid shifts. One corner dips into the hollow. There's a series of loud cracking sounds, and the entire slab of stone breaks into multiple large fragments which tumble into the sarcophagus with a crash. This is followed by a silence from the group, before one of the history professors sneezes. One of the tactical theologians glances at Neller, who's turning red and shaking, before telling both of them, Gesundheit. Afterwards, a few of the doctors checked the anti-thermic cellophane seal around the device's cable going into the sarcophagus room, while Neller called an emergency meeting. Neller is pacing back and forth in front of the group, and asks Rizwana if he is allergic to swamps, or dust, or perhaps the absence of dust in that perfect little working environment that they built at great expense for him. Perhaps it is the spirit of scientific inquiry that he's allergic to, or the grand collaborative project of acquiring knowledge on the contours of their ever-advancing past. Rizwana, however, says that he should have let him wash his hands, and one of the history professors chimes in to say that he might be of assistance. Every culture has its own unique superstitions regarding the sneeze, and he assumes that Rizwana is of the Hindu faith, so it's reasonable to assume that he was struck in the heat of the moment, with a memory of the injunction against inaugurating any task of importance immediately subsequent to the act of sneezing. In India, the custom is to wash one's hands after sneezing, and if one does not, ill fortune is sure to follow. Neller swears and yells, stating that he checked every resume very closely before selecting the members of this team, and if the word imbecile had appeared anywhere on Rizwana's, he's certain he would have noticed it. Rizwana replies that he doesn't believe it, but in tense moments, you like to be sure. Neller says that he let himself get distracted by a fantasy, and he destroyed a priceless piece of ancient archaeology. The other doctors return, reporting that there's no Akiva or thermic emissions from the coffin whatsoever. They don't think that there was anything supernatural to disturb in there, and it could have been empty like the other. The sheets remain clean, so far as they can tell, with no discoloration and normal readings. They're also not seeing any new pathogens either, although they'd expect to see something if there were ever a burial there. They won't know for sure without shifting the rocks, though. Plesko remarks that has D-Class written all over it, prompting one of the theologians to say that of course she would want to introduce slaves into a Davite environment, although she apologizes afterwards and rubs her temples. The chief engineer says that he's also unenthused at the prospect of shifting cursed rocks, and the theologian says that she's just really concerned about the theological implications here. They might not be in any physical danger, they might not be able to measure any new threat here, but this place was definitely sacred to someone at some point. It is a tomb, and it's been consecrated, although they don't know who it's consecrated to, but they'd be very surprised if it's anything that likes having its sarcophagi smashed about. Rizwana says that they're all acting like he did this on purpose, and the member of the logistics department says that the evidence is strongly against him being able to do anything on purpose. One of the theologians tells him to lay off, prompting him to call him a God botherer, and says that he's sick of this qualitative nonsense. They've done their measurements and checked the metrics, and nothing's wrong. The theologian counters that he can't yet provide a scientific measure for deific offense after accidental sacrilege. DaCosta chimes in to say that the door is still open, so they should just leave and dynamite the place. The chief engineer, however, is not keen on being the fulcrum of an act of historical vandalism, and votes against using them. Neller, however, says that as the man with the letters patent from Overwatch Command, he reminds them that none of them have votes. He's going to radio Overwatch for instructions, and he will inquire about D-Class requisition. The quartermaster says that seems like his department, but Neller says he wants something done here correctly for a change, and tells him to triple-check his stocks. He wants the rest of the team to keep looking for finds or analyzing architecture, and no one is to return to the surface until he says so. He definitely doesn't want some civilians spotting them and scuppering the entire dig. The MTF captain tries to argue that the upstairs base camp is well concealed, but Neller tells her to shut up and do as he says. After a brief silence, he says that this is still the finest para-archaeological site in Belarus, and he'll be thrice goddamned if they leave it empty-handed. Later, Neller subsequently reported to the team that Overwatch Command had instructed them to remain at the site for the time being, and to follow his orders to the letter, meaning to continue searching and monitoring the accessible portions of the tomb, awaiting the arrival of D-Class personnel. 3 team members reported difficulty falling asleep that night, so the medic gave them sleeping aids. At 1:32 in the morning, while the majority of the team slept in the outer chamber, the entire tomb was rocked by a violent explosion, which deposited dust and small stones on every exposed surface. The clean and medical rooms were unaffected, as their partition walls shored up the cave ceiling, but significant equipment damage was suffered across the remainder of the camp. No injuries were reported, though the dust content in the air increased significantly. The captain of the MTF investigated the source of the explosion, finding the forecourt now filled with an insurmountable wall of rubble, from which the communications cable to the surface camp emerged, and which was stained with blasting powder and residue. The team gathered for a meeting, with a technician reporting that there's no signal back to the surface, and the chief engineer reporting that he believes that there's enough space between the stones for oxygen to get through. Additionally, while examining the rooms, he found some thin shafts cut diagonally into the walls that should function as air holes, so they should be fine, assuming they don't stay down here indefinitely. The quartermaster says that there's no way they can stay indefinitely regardless due to their supplies, although they're good for a while. The cat from before then appears, regarding the team evenly, and the captain moves to take care of it, but Neller tells her not to burn off air with unnecessary gunplay. The captain says that they do have more dangerous things to hunt anyways, as someone used blasting powder to bring down the entranceway, likely someone in this camp. The chief engineer heads over to the cat and begins petting it, as it purrs. Professor Booth wonders why someone would seal them in, with one of the theologians suggesting that maybe someone here doesn't want to walk away. The cat suddenly sneezes, causing the chief engineer to recoil in surprise. The other history professor shouts for them to seize the engineer, but no one moves, so he explains that the chief is the demolitions expert, and no one else knows the first thing about blasting. He's the only one here who could take down a wall without bringing down the whole cave. The captain admits that she doesn't recall seeing the chief in his bunk last night. The engineer responds that he was there, however, and asks what reason he would have for blowing up their only way out of here. The history professor says that he doesn't think it had anything at all to do with reason, as he's beyond reason now. It's about the sneezing, as first Rizwana sneezed and then immediately fouled up a foul-proof system. He wagers that Rizwana's second sneeze was just for show, and he purposefully broke the seal. Then the chief sneezed, and a few hours later causes a worse disaster of his very own. Rizwana defends himself by saying that it's dusty as hell down here, and even the cat is sneezing. The professor, however, says that, like he said before, every culture has their own unique take on the sneeze. The cult of the mystic Archeom of Sluk from the Principality of Poltosk believes that a sneeze in a profane place signifies possession by the unhappy ancestral dead. Professor Booth counters that they also believe that cat urine is a potent sedative, and asks him if he's in desperate need of another tranquilizer, as they have a cat close at hand. The chief engineer, however, mentions that his grandmother always told him that when you sneeze, demons can get inside, and the Davites were demon worshippers. Dr. Plesko steps in to say that that's a gross mischaracterization, sparking another argument between her and one of the theologians. The captain of the MTF asks which one she should shoot first, to which the history professor says to shoot the chief, as he's lost, along with Rizwana. He asks Plesko what the inscription had said, recalling the words, "Naught here will you find but what others have lost. Your vessels be emptied, and sanguine the cost." He continues, saying that this place is filled with the souls of lost Davic ancestors, all of them searching desperately for purchase. They're free real estate now, because they lost their souls when they broke that sarcophagus. The sneezes are the smoking gun. One of the theologians says that it takes an awful lot to offend her sense of blasphemy, but he's finally managed it. Her soul is right where it's supposed to be, and so is his. The professor is adamant, however, saying that it's all falling in place now, and that's why he couldn't sleep. He's lost, and so is the chief, and Rizwana, who is slowly edging away from the group. Booth tries to calm him down, telling him that his argument has no internal logic. Either he's tired because he's lost his soul, or they can pick up Davite souls by sneezing. He can't have it both ways. The professor admits that maybe the sneezes have nothing to do with it, and maybe the old sarcophagus took Rizwana's soul when he was tinkering with it, and then he broke the other sarcophagus to take care of the rest of them. At this point, Rizwana starts running out of the room, closing and locking the door behind him as the captain raises her firearm. While they're distracted, the chief grabs one of the agent's sidearms and elbows him in the stomach. He tries to tell everyone to stay away from him, but is tackled by the same agent. 2 gunshots then occur in quick succession, and the chief runs weeping from the room. The agent falls to the floor, and the medic rushes to his side, as he is already bleeding profusely. The sound of ripping plastic is audible in the far distance, along with the chief's panicked scream as he yells the word, "Demons." Despite the medic's best efforts, the agent died within minutes. The team assessed the ruined thaumic cellophane, determining that there was no reason to continue to sequester the team in the outer chamber. Captain Cassidy established an emergency security cordon at the entrance to the rear tunnels with her remaining agents, while Rizwana refused to open the cleanroom door. He could be seen in the window emphatically shaking his head, and would not open the intercom despite explicit written instructions and particularly explicit visual threats from Cassidy. DaCosta resumed drone mapping the interior tunnels, attempting to locate both an alternate exit and the chief. At midnight, Professor Booth called for another team meeting, all of whom gather except for one agent, DaCosta, and Rizwana. Cassidy says that they need an action plan, and asks why Booth called this meeting, wondering what's up with Neller. Neller, however, doesn't say anything, as Booth says to leave him be for the moment. The group bickers for a moment before Booth says that the purpose of this meeting is to develop a working framework to explain what's happening to them. Cassidy offers the theory of low oxygen, but the medic shoots it down, saying that they're still breathing deep and the CO2 levels haven't changed. The chief was probably right about those air vents, and they're damn lucky that they weren't damaged by the explosion. Cassidy, however, says that it's more like he knew that they wouldn't be damaged when he caused the explosion. One of the theologians says that they don't know it was him, but the other theologian says that he just shot someone in cold blood. Plesko muses that rambling about demons and running in terror constitute hot blood, she would think, to which the female theologian says that she's the resident hot blood expert. Booth says that this is a suitable segue to their first thorny dilemma, which is the question of whether the chief was possessed by a demon via involuntary nasal spasm. The quartermaster assumes that there's some sort of explanation buried somewhere behind all of this preface, to which Booth asks Plesko what the relationship between the Davite Empire and this region of Belarus is. Plesko explains that they were here for a period not exceeding 1 year in the 12th century. They withdrew their armies after significant civil unrest in the home provinces, one of the many events that killed them off entirely, before SCP-140 pushed the timeline forward again. The prevailing theory for why they gave up Belarus is economic, too costly to remain for too little material gain. Well beyond the periphery of the Empire, no resources they didn't already have in abundance. Not even enough slaves or sacrificial subjects to whet their appetites. So they cut their losses and left without leaving much trace on the landscape, as all they've ever seen are scattered camps in major population centers. Booth, however, believes that the Davites did not retreat from anything ever, as theirs was a history of advance. He doesn't believe that they would have abandoned this place unless the very earth were salted and uninhabitable. Perhaps this was the epicenter of some disaster which forced their collective hand. Perhaps they tried to dig a tomb and dug something up instead. Or maybe they tried to dig a tomb and dedicate it to some deity, but found it exceeding specifications. Or more frightful still, perhaps a local power interrupted their consecration and claimed the space for its own. No land on Earth is devoid entirely of gods. Plesko says the theory is possible, and perhaps they added that inscription after the disaster as set dressing, trying to frame this place as a tomb with a protective curse on it to lure in tomb robbers and force them to deal with whatever horrors the Davites woke up. She then laughs and says that what if they cursed this place intentionally, labeled it misleadingly, and left it as a landmine for their ungrateful unsubjects to tread on when they'd gone. They could have seeded dozens of these things throughout the marshes, and they've only found the first so far. Which would mean that this isn't a tomb, but a trap, and they've got their foot stuck in it. Neller finally speaks up, saying that it's thanks to him. And while the quartermaster tries to tell him that nobody could have predicted this, Neller admits to dynamiting the entrance. He couldn't walk away with nothing, not again. He's been with the Department of Archaeology for 34 years, and has never so much as been shortlisted for a leadership position. He's written a dozen monographs that nobody reads, supervised 24 doctors who went on to exceed him at half his age, managed countless dig sites that never meant anything to anyone, and he's never seen anything as perfect as this place. It has all the signs, as Salovey found something in the first sarcophagus, and he was meant to find something in the other. There were secrets, and some of them are still there, waiting for them. The poisoned soil is rich with promise, and this was the site to make his career. This was going to be his legacy. Cassidy interrupts him, however, and asks him if he's sneezed since he's been down here, pulling out her sidearm and pointing it at him. He says no, not once, and you can check his camera feed if she'd like. The technician says that they can't, as the feeds go into the clean room, and they don't go there anymore. But Rizwana activates the intercom and says that he's taking a look. Cassidy yells at him to open the door, but he replies that no souls are allowed in the clean room, just empty vessels. The quartermaster brings the discussion back to Neller, telling him that he's killed all of them. He's spent 20 years on Neller's projects, the best years of his life, and this is what it gets him. Everyone here wants to know what's going on with this place, and no one would have just turned and walked away, but Neller didn't even ask if they wanted to stay. Neller replies that he heard him talking about dynamiting the place, as he lost faith in the work, so Neller lost faith in him. Cassidy interrupts the argument by saying that she's clearing out one of the chief's closets and putting him in it. Professor Booth says that if Neller performed his act of method faith without the benefit of an ancient curse, they are faced with the possibility that the chief's moment of weakness was an isolated outburst. Cassidy balks at his usage of the phrase moment of weakness, but says that as of this moment, she's in command of the dig site. They're all going to sit tight, stay in the camp, and wait for Harma to show up with the D-class. They'll see the entrance is compromised and dig them out. Neller, however, says that they won't, and nobody's coming. He told Overwatch to quarantine the area and not to come down until either they receive an all clear or 30 days have passed, which is the extent of their rations. He apologizes, but the room bursts into activity, and the quartermaster swears and shoves Neller. Cassidy moves to the weapons locker and grabs a pump-action shotgun, telling the others that she's trained in crowd control. Neller stands and says that it doesn't matter who did what, it matters why. They all want the same thing right now, to find out what's going on in this tomb, how it works, and how they can protect themselves from it. Learning the secrets and surviving the next 4 weeks are the same thing. Cassidy interrupts him by pumping the shotgun, as Booth tries to turn the conversation back to the original purpose of this meeting. He, however, is interrupted by Neller suddenly sneezing, prompting an agent to shout for Cassidy to shoot him. Neller suddenly cries out in pain and shock, clutching at his forehead before toppling backward, striking his head on the edge of the bench with a loud cracking sound. There is blood and hair left on the bench as he strikes the stone floor, and the second cracking sound is significantly softer and wetter. Cassidy looks down at the shotgun in shock, as she has not fired it. Neller weakly asks for someone to say Gesundheit, but as the medic rushes over to him, he passes. Cassidy shouts at the quartermaster that he gave him a heart attack, to which the quartermaster counters that she's the one with the shotgun. The medic, however, says that it wasn't a heart attack, as he reached for his head, and she thinks that he burst an aneurysm. The theologians point out that it occurred right after he sneezed, to which Booth says that this is just further evidence. Neller was not a young man, and so if whatever malign influence pervades this place was trying to enter into him at his moment of weakness, it may have been too much for his system, and shocked him to death. Cassidy turns to the medic, who asks if she wants her to perform a post-mortem demonic possession rejection test. The theologians, however, say that they do actually have something like that at Tactical Theology, but they didn't bring it along. The agent and DaCosta come back to the camp, asking what's going on, as they heard shouting, but the agent suddenly sneezes twice in rapid succession. After a brief moment of silence, Cassidy strikes the agent with the butt of her weapon, and catches him as he falls unconscious. The agent, Panosian, was sequestered in the medical room for monitoring, with the doctor inducing a medical coma. She also administered sleeping aids to the majority of the team to allow them to sleep through the night. Rizwana reported that Neller's lapel camera footage showed no evidence of him having sneezed prior to that night's meeting, and he's now reviewing all of the team's footage. The corpses of the agent that the chief shot and Neller were removed to one of the dead-end tunnels beyond the inner burial chamber. During the process, DaCosta disappeared along with the control mechanisms for his drone. Cassidy ordered that all future ventures into the tunnels utilize the buddy system to prevent further disappearances. The other history professor, Huff, however, disregarded this admonishment, taking to wandering the tunnels alone, returning as the mood took him. The team gathers for another meeting, with Booth saying that the concept of the humble sneeze as a trigger for calamity is not so outrageous as it might first appear. It's possible that the superstitions appertaining thereto were derived from this place, or places like it, outposts of Davic nasal warfare. The medic, however, says that that isn't particularly useful information. It's much more valuable to know why they sneeze, and how to stop it, than it is to waste their precious air floating theories they can't prove. Booth says that the medic doesn't seem to value Huff's folklore very much, but he just shrugs and looks away. The medic says that sneezing is a reflex action, a stimulus response. It's involuntary, but there are ways to both cause and prevent it to a degree. You should avoid dramatic changes in both temperature and light level, and sudden flashes can certainly cause them. An agent brings up the question again on if they should be wearing masks, but the medic says that it doesn't seem that airborne particulates are causing the sneezes. Plus, it's already difficult to breathe down there, and masks might prevent them from noticing when someone does sneeze. As for prevention, if you feel one coming on, use your tongue to tickle the roof of your mouth. Under normal circumstances, she'd tell you not to suppress a sneeze, as that can cause serious damage. But if worse comes to worst, it might be worthwhile to try simply plugging your nose. Booth says that if the operative effect is something emerging from or entering the nasal passages, that might be true. But what about the expulsion of breath? It has to come out eventually, one way or another, and where the sneeze is an indicator that something awry has occurred, is it very helpful to prevent the outward sign? Huff finally speaks, wondering if that's why Booth keeps putting his handkerchief over his face, so they can't tell if he's just sneezed or not. There's a silence, and Plesko says that he's got a point, and she has her eye on him. Exploration of the tunnels continued in earnest as the need to discover an exit became more urgent. The female theologian, Fidelia, and Cassidy are moving along a dark stretch of tunnel together, with Cassidy placing small, round work lights on the wall as they progress. Fidelia mentions that the idea that your heart stops when you sneeze dates back to the Renaissance, so when we say God bless you, we're actually speaking straight to the heart. Cassidy bluntly responds that she didn't request this information, but Fidelia continues, saying that some people say it really started during the Black Death, but she's not so sure. She's seen equally good arguments for people becoming less and more religious during that period as a result of trauma, and the cited sources are spotty at best. For a time, the standard protocol was to perform the sign of the cross whenever you sneezed, an edict of Pope Gregory. Cassidy calls out her name, and she apologizes, saying that Booth's last meeting really got her thinking, and they need to work this through. She wonders at a man as steeped in academic rigor as Neller succumbing so completely to superstition. He used his last moments on Earth to complain that nobody wished him good health, as that's what Gesundheit means in German. It's not particularly religious, just magical thinking, but Cassidy cuts in to say that religion is magical thinking. After a silence, Cassidy says that when she comes up with the retort, do them both a favor and just imagine her reaction. Meanwhile, the male theologian, Maximo, and Agent Valenti are exploring an exceptionally dusty tunnel, with Valenti forced to brush dust off the walls before affixing his work lights. Maximo says that he still worries that there might be some sort of local trigger for these phenomena that they don't know about, and wishes that he could pick Huff's brain. Valenti says that he saw Huff in one of these tunnels earlier today, staring at a blank wall. He asked him why he didn't at least go stare at something interesting, to which he said, "Nothing is interesting." Maximo explains that he's absolutely convinced that he has no soul now, to which Valenti says that so is he, but for different reasons. Maximo asks if he doesn't believe in them, which he doesn't, and he says that that's sensible. Valenti is surprised, since Maximo is a pastor, but Maximo wonders who keeps telling people that they're pastors. He tells him not to give up on Huff, or anybody, because if they keep muddling around, in their own ways, they're bound to stumble over a solution before too long. Valenti still likes to think that they'll make it out of this alright, because, after all, the cat sneezed. It didn't come up at the meeting, and he felt silly bringing it up, but cats sneezing is good luck. Dr. Plesko is accompanying Agent Russell on the same task, remarking on how breathtaking a cavern they're looking at is. It's completely filled with fossilized plant matter, and a massive tangle of roots and gnarled trunks stretches from the floor to the distant ceiling, all of it coated with a thick layer of dust. Russell asks what's so breathtaking, and as Plesko starts to explain, she pinches her nose and comments on how dusty it is in here. She says that it's the remains of a small army of tree golems, the hands that worked these tunnels. They weren't human at all, and she hopes that they get out of this so she can get specimens back to the site with proper lighting. Russell removes a work light and says that they can probably improve the lighting here a little bit. Before Plesko can call out and stop her, Russell activates the work light on the wall, illuminating the curtain of dust falling between them. The camera view is obscured, and a loud sound is heard, followed by silence. Plesko tells Russell to wait, but is interrupted by the sounds of struggle and muffled screams, followed by a gunshot and silence. Plesko returns to camp with a dislocated arm and defensive wounds on her exposed skin. She states that Russell had sneezed, then immediately attempted to strangle her, and she had been forced to engage in violence to protect herself. She eventually got a hold of Russell's firearm and discharged it, but she's unsure if Russell survived, as she immediately fled as soon as the shot was fired. Plesko's lapel camera had been damaged during the struggle, and was now non-functional. Technician Gill was sent to recover the cameras on Neller and the dead agents' corpses, but they were found to be missing. The medic reported that Panosian's camera had apparently been stolen as well, and Cassidy requested that Rizwana emerge from the clean room to hand over his camera, but he declined to respond. Cassidy then demanded that the entire team hand in their lapel cameras, to be dispensed only when parties engaged in tunnel exploration. A hurried vote rejected this measure, and despite threats from Cassidy, it seems that the team would continue as they have been. Plesko, however, was forbidden to enter the tunnels without accompaniment by at least one member with a functioning camera, which she eagerly agreed to, fearful of both the chief and Russell. Cassidy further mandated that all cameras be kept in perfect working order and not be tampered with in any way, insinuating that any mechanical failure would result in the immediate execution of its bearer. On a routine check of their finds cabinet, the quartermaster discovered that the Davite cleaver and one ritual dagger were missing, prompting another team meeting on the afternoon of the fourth day. The medic reports that there are supplies missing from her kit and from her stores, specifically her sleeping aids and the excitants she keeps around for reversing the effect in emergencies. All of them. She gestures over to Agent Panosian, the agent who sneezed and was knocked out, saying that she won't be able to keep him out for much longer, so she put him out in the open where they can all keep an eye on him. She's worried, though, as to what the thief could be planning, when Fidelia comes in and says that she can't find her husband, Maximo. Cassidy asks Rizwana, who's still in the clean room, where Maximo is based on his camera feed, which seems to be in their outhouse. After knocking on the door and getting no response, she opens the door, finding the camera glued to the wall. Cassidy asks Rizwana how he failed to notice this happening, to which he replies that he's got all he can manage to monitor all of them for sneezing while they're strolling the sneeze factory floor. Professor Booth wonders if it's possible if he performed a Captain Oates, referencing an Antarctic explorer who walked out into a blizzard to die to relieve his fellow explorers of the burden of caring for him. As Fidelia is saying absolutely not, the medic suddenly sneezes and everyone freezes. She dives for the medical partition, yells at everyone to stay back, and seals the door behind her. Cassidy raises her keycard to go in, but Booth stops her, saying that she's a medical professional and must think that there's a physiological explanation for all of this. Cassidy just thinks that she's blockading herself in with all the medical supplies. And after a pause, the medic announces that she's opened and upturned everything that they have stockpiled, as it was contaminated and would only have lured them in. Cassidy asks what it was contaminated with, but she's met with only silence, until the medic says that when they're rescued, tell them to come in with a full hazmat team. Another sneeze is then heard from the group, and they turn to glance at one another, no one sure of who sneezed. Cassidy tells the culprit to fess up, but when no one responds, she pumps her shotgun. Technician Gill then admits that it was him, and says that he's just going outside, and he may be some time. He then heads for the tunnels in silence, and does not look back. The 6 remaining team members at this point continue to explore the tunnels, with Professor Huff now spending almost all of his time wandering, even failing to return to camp for lights out on the 5th day. Cassidy restrained Agent Panosian, and requested that Rizwana inform her should the agent awaken while the camp was unattended. Though the tunnels continued to stretch out beneath the marsh with no sign of an exit, Booth and Valenti did make one discovery during an outing on the 6th day. Booth is discussing how he hasn't been able to think of a single agenda besides chaos, which could explain all of the actions undertaken by those possessed. They aren't acting towards any concerted goal, and have all been affected differently by whatever this effect may be. Valenti suggests that maybe ancestral spirits are like academics and don't get along. Booth laughs and says that he hadn't considered the unfairness of stereotyping the ancestors, as that's more of an archaeology thing. Suddenly, Valenti stops and smells something. They turn the next bend in the tunnel cautiously, finding a vivisected corpse. It's naked, the clothing left in a ragged and bloody pile, and the skin is flayed from head to toe around a central cavity in the chest. Organs and veins are arranged on the stone floor in unfamiliar patterns, suggestive of lettering, with the spaces between carefully linked by streaks of blackened blood. Valenti immediately vomits, and Booth presses his handkerchief into his face. Then the Davite cleaver that was missing appears on Booth's camera feed, slicing out of the darkness. It passes over Valenti's head, but strikes Booth a glancing blow, causing him to grunt in pain and stumble. The cleaver finishes arcing into a pre-existing crack in the wall, dislodging a chunk of stone and precipitating a low rumble in the cave roof. Booth slips, presumably on the viscera, and falls as the ceiling collapses. All 6 team members were absent from the camp at this time, investigating the tunnels in pairs. Rizwana reported the attack over the radio, though Cassidy and Fidelia had already heard the tremors and were on their way back to investigate. They found a solid rock fall, like the one blocking the entrance, where the missing pair had been exploring. They returned to camp to find that Agent Panosian was also missing. Cassidy is yelling at Rizwana for falling asleep, and although he tries to argue in his defense that he's been staying awake as much as he can, she points her shotgun at him and yells that he had one job. Plesko returns to the camp, out of breath, and asks where the quartermaster is, as they were together but got separated. She thinks that they were being chased, so Rizwana starts to check his feed as the quartermaster shows up, asking where Plesko went and why she started running. Plesko wonders how he didn't hear it, and if he was lagging behind for some reason. She asks if there would be a reason that he wouldn't be afraid of what's lurking in the tunnels. Fidelia interrupts them to mention the smell, and the team turns to face the medical partition. Cassidy says that as a new rule, she'll check the tunnels alone, and no one else leaves this camp. If she comes back and they're not here, they graduate to her shoot-on-sight list. Cassidy continued to place lights in the farther reaches of the tunnel, relaying map information back to Rizwana, who agreed to keep track of comings and goings in the outer chamber, but none were reported. The following morning, Cassidy returned from an outing and called her remaining 3 team members to a meeting: Fidelia, the quartermaster, and Plesko. Cassidy says that they're almost at the end, and that at least one of them is on the way out. She took a few images with her PDA last night and today, and asks if any of it looks familiar. She shows an image of the vivisected corpse discovered by Valenti and Booth, next to the fallen rocks. Plesko says that it's ritualistic, but meaningless ritual so far as she can tell. Maybe Huff could have told them different, but who knows where he's gotten to. Cassidy replies that that's pretty much what he said she'd say, and informs them that the body belongs to Agent Russell. Plesko says that she presumably either died of the injuries that she gave her and the chief hacked her dead body to pieces, or she missed her mark and the chief did the entire job himself. Fidelia says that it doesn't look much like cleaver work to her, and Cassidy agrees and says that this is cleaver work, showing a second image. This one displays a dismembered corpse, the limbs hacked apart haphazardly and thrown about the tunnel floor, which is slick with blood and organ pulp and mulched entrails. Technician DaCosta's head is staring at the camera, upside down between his left leg and right arm. Fidelia looks away in horror, and Plesko understands this to mean that there's 2 killers, with plenty of candidates to choose from. Fidelia remarks that Huff thinks that he's lost his soul and comes and goes as he pleases, and Valenti, Booth, Panosian, and Gil are all missing. Plesko chimes in that so is her husband, Maximo, but she tells her to shut her mouth. Cassidy says that it's not Panosian, showing an image of another vivisected corpse, with the sigils in different shapes on the stone floor, and it's not Gil either, showing an image of his body with his chest cavity completely emptied of viscera and arranged on the stone floor in 3 separate iterations of the same sigil. Cassidy says to Plesko to tell her one more time that she doesn't recognize the significance of this, to which Plesko says that she doesn't. Cassidy guesses that it must make her feel pretty important though, being the only person left alive in a Davite tomb who knows anything about the Davites. It would be great if she could get a second opinion and ask Professor Booth before playing a recording on her PDA. In it, Booth says that the corpses are nasty bits of work, and he almost thought he recognized the first one when that cleaver came singing through the air. He sounds exhausted, but Cassidy urges him to keep going. He explains that the entrails in the first image are arranged in a form meaning a harvest, which they might infer in this context to mean a human sacrifice. Cassidy shows him a second one, which he interprets to literally just mean a human sacrifice. He chuckles and says that they had many ways to talk about human sacrifices. Cassidy shows him one more, which he again interprets as a different way to mean a human sacrifice, one with specifically religious intent. He believes that their artist was possessed with the urgent need to be sure that their message has been understood. When Cassidy asks, understood by who, he replies that he imagines the Davite pantheon, as those are Davite words. Cassidy stops the recording and points her shotgun at Plesko, telling her to lie to her. Plesko asks if this is how she wants to spend her time down here, dividing them into camps and victimizing each other. Cassidy tells her to lie more directly, as she hasn't got all day. Plesko responds that she hasn't killed anyone, and asks how cliché can she get. She's trying to frame the Davite expert as anyone who spends that much time studying the evil empire has just got to be already evil. All she needs to do is convince a Christian dupe and some idiot pencil pusher, and she'll have one more sane, normal human being sacrificed to her demented ritual. As they're talking, Fidelia slips past the quartermaster into the outer burial chamber. Cassidy asks if that's honestly all she's got is her defense, as she failed 3 times in a row to recognize letters that they all know she can read. Plesko argues that she's an academic, not an entrail scryer, but Cassidy says that she murdered Russell, cut her body up into pieces, and painted the floor with her guts to send a message to gods who've already been dead for centuries. She bets that it was Plesko who sneezed, and she turned on her so she wouldn't tell. She wonders if Russell damaged Plesko's camera in the scuffle, or if she did that as well, so she could come and go as she pleases. Rizwana chimes in to say that that's pretty rich coming from Cassidy. Fidelia quietly returns to the room, grabbing her jacket and putting it on. Rizwana says that he's looked over all the camera feeds and discovered that Cassidy turned her camera off just for a second, a few hours after they lost the chief and the agent. She was alone and turned it back on after, and it must be some sort of special cop trick that no one else knows how to do. Cassidy pumps her shotgun again and says that if Rizwana is going to pick a side, he might want to pick the side that has a scatter gun. Rizwana counters that they outnumber her, and he's behind a locked door, so he likes those odds. She definitely turned that camera off when she realized she was about to sneeze. The blip was so minuscule, he wouldn't have even thought to check if he hadn't noticed that her feed file was a few megabytes too light. This was days ago now, and they've trusted her this entire time as she's led them like sheep to the slaughter. Cassidy yells at him to shut up, as a sneeze is heard coming from the door to the inner burial chamber. Cassidy wheels around and fires the shotgun, blasting the quartermaster directly in the face and killing him instantly. The cat, which was standing behind him, rears back and hisses, before sneezing again and bolting. Cassidy stares into space for a moment, before pumping the shotgun again and blasting the locking mechanism to the clean room. Plesko says that they need to get out of here, as her and Fidelia escape out of the chamber past the quartermaster's remains. Plesko runs past the sarcophagus in the outer burial chamber, while Fidelia lags behind, as a second shotgun blast is heard. A hand rises up out of the sarcophagus, and Fidelia grabs it, pulling Maximo up to a sitting position. She asks him how he feels, to which he says like somebody buried him alive, or rather, dead. Fidelia peeks into the outer chamber just in time to see a burst of blood and gore strike the inside of the clean room as the shotgun fires another time. She turns away and helps her husband out of the sarcophagus, telling him there's no time to talk. They hobble into the empty inner chamber, followed by the inner burial chamber where the collapsed sarcophagus is. The sound of Cassidy re-pumping the shotgun is heard from behind them. Maximo says that he feels like he missed something, to which Fidelia says a few days and a half-dozen meals, but he'll cope. She used the last of the medic's excitants to wake him up, and it's probably going to hit him like a freight train in a few hours. He asks why he was down, to which she says she drugged him and buried him like the kings of old, like a deva, before laughing. He asks why, and she tells him it was because she loves him, and he can't sneeze in REM sleep. As they round a corner into the tunnels, the shotgun discharges from far behind, chipping away flakes of stone from the wall near them. They begin hurrying through the passages for approximately 5 minutes before footfalls become audible ahead of them, so they stop and listen. Maximo asks who's left, and she says Plesko, Cassidy, Huff, and maybe Booth, but who knows about anyone else. The footfalls stop, then suddenly grow louder, until Plesko rounds the nearest corner holding a pistol. She sees the two doctors and lowers her weapon. She thinks that Cassidy probably went back to get something nastier than a shotgun out of the weapons cabinet, or something from the fines cabinet, as it's amazing how sharp those daggers still are after all these years. Fidelia insinuates that Plesko was responsible for the killings, to which Plesko sighs and asks if it isn't about time that they started to trust each other. Maximo responds that it sounds like the worst possible time for that. Plesko begins to ask where she stashed Maximo when she suddenly sneezes, and after a pause, apologizes. Fidelia asks her if she's actually sorry for killing and vivisecting people, confusing Maximo, but Plesko says that she only killed 2 of them. Gil was already mostly dead when she found him. That's why she got creative with the number of sigils. The chief had opened him all the way up, and it seemed a shame to let all that material go to waste. Plesko suddenly turns her head and vomits, raising her pistol and saying that she can't get used to this. Fidelia asks why she's doing it then, to which she says that she has to, as she's not dying down here. She remarks that she felt sorriest for Neller, as she can imagine being old and never having found anything, never knowing the secrets and what it all means. She could see herself in his shoes, 20 years from now, desperately clinging to every chance at a new dig site, like it's the last lifeline on Earth. The only thing worse than living that long with nothing to show for it is dying with nothing to show for it. The secrets are here, down here, just like he and Salavi said. She's going to find them, and find the way out, and none of this horror show will have been pointless. Maximo says that none of that explains why she needs to kill them, or why she killed the others. Plesko explains that first of all, Cassidy was right, as she's had a few solid sneezes so far due to having a wicked dust allergy. She honestly did think that she might be able to help them get out of here, and then it would just be Cassidy's word against her, and they saw her shoot the quartermaster and probably Rizwana. They could have walked away from this, the 3 of them, and they would have dumped Cassidy in a deep hole at Site 06. Fidelia says that she could just not do this, as there's no reason to think it's accomplishing anything. Plesko says that the risk is too great, but Fidelia brings up the risk to her soul. Plesko remarks that if Huff was wrong, and she still had hers after they broke that sarcophagus, well then she sure as hell doesn't have it now, and she doesn't miss it all that much, to be honest. Maximo begs for an explanation of why she needs to kill someone just because she sneezed. She doesn't sound insane, just sad. Plesko explains that she lied when she said that the ancient Davites didn't have any superstitions about sneezing, and she's surprised that nobody, particularly Booth, called her out on that. They had superstitions for everything, and sneezing to the ancient Davites meant that you were faced with a choice: sacrifice or be sacrificed. Everyone else came down here with their extraneous cultural baggage, and she came down here with a crystal clear set of instructions. She didn't want to believe it, and sure as hell didn't want to act on it, but when she saw that look on Russel's face and knew she was about to pull the trigger, that one was easy. Fidelia surmises that she came back to camp early while Rizwana was asleep and dragged Panosian out to tear him apart. Plesko reaches behind her back and grabs one of the Davite daggers, which gleams in the worklight glow. She says that that one was hard, as he woke up when she started cutting, and she won't ever forget the sounds he made. Fidelia says that she won't ever forget them either, to which Plesko says that it's much, much better than Neller got. She's interrupted, however, by a spear tip running through her left shoulder, causing her to stumble forward as she clumsily turns. Professor Huff drives her back along the passage and yells for the doctors to run, which they promptly do. Plesko falls to the ground, cursing, and fires her gun twice as the 3 flee around the corner. One bullet embeds itself in the ceiling, It rumbles, and a cloud of dust falls down. She sneezes again and screams as the cave collapses on top of her. The three survivors stare at the impassable rock fall, and Huff hunches over, clutching his chest. The two doctors say that there's no going back now, but Huff tells them to buck up, as they're in the final stretch and there's no reason to lose faith now. Fidelia says that he's awfully chipper for a man who lost his soul, but he replies that he got it back. He explains that he remembered an old Belarusian saying about the meaning of sneezes, something very much pertinent to their present situation. The Archeom of Sluck believed that outside of profane places, in a natural or sacred setting, sneezing is a way for one's soul, one's true soul, to return to the body. So he proceeded to walk as far as he could walk, to where the dust ended and the stench of dead, rotting things began to fill the stone passages, to where he almost swore he could hear the cries of distant birds, and then he sneezed. He suddenly regards them suspiciously and asks if they've been sneezing, but both promptly deny it. He says that that's good, and he's not sure how much farther they have to go, but he's confident that they'll make it. Maximo asks about him, and he says that he doesn't think so, as he's 74 years old, and rather thinks that he's been shot. He moves his hand to show what is clearly a gunshot wound in his stomach. He tells them that he will come with them a ways, but then they must part. The three travel for just over half an hour before discovering the body of Professor Booth, slumped against the cave wall. He's been apparently exsanguinated by a deep and ragged gash on his right arm and across his chest, but he's smiling. Huff tells them to take his lapel camera, caught between his two fingers as though it were a flower, as he doesn't doubt that Booth recorded something at the end. He could hardly resist the temptation, as he always had a flair for the dramatic, and it's no wonder the BBC lapped him up. Fidelia carefully disconnects the camera, as Huff sits down beside his colleague and closes his eyes. Maximo tells him that they could be almost there, and he could still make it, but Huff says that if they move at his pace, nobody will make it. They'll go, while he will stay here for one final debate with Augustus, and he believes that he'll win this time. He laughs hoarsely, and tells them to head for the sun, and tell the Foundation what happened, or at least die trying. Huff says nothing more, and after a moment, the two doctors move on. They walk for over an hour in silence until the work lights on the wall appear brighter as though freshly placed, and the tunnel air is becoming cleaner. The floor is gently sloping upwards, and the cat suddenly appears from behind them, rushing forward and looking back. Maximo tells it not to sneeze, causing Fidelia to laugh, and as they pass by the cat, it begins to walk alongside them. Maximo asks if the cat will be a problem, as it did sneeze multiple times, but Fidelia asks, how would you tell an evil cat from a normal one? She then says that she just figured out what happened, and of course it would only dawn on her once they were far enough away. It was Huff who set her thinking about it, and then the cat. Huff thought he lost his soul by sneezing, moped about, and then thought he got it back the same way. He came running to save their lives, like he'd gotten a second wind, so sure that old Archeom of Sluck came through for him in a pinch. Back in the beginning, though, Rizwana thought that he had to wash his hands after he sneezed, or something terrible would happen when he tried to lift the lid. Neller thought you had to say Gesundheit afterwards, or your health would fail. The chief thought he got demons in his head, and then he got demons in his head. It was a trap in the end, a paranoia trap. It was their unfortunate luck that the trap's first opportunity was something so utterly absurd. Maximo asks about Plesko, though, as she was borderline sane and was doing horrible things with method in them, not madness, so why was she different? Fidelia explains that she was a Davite expert, and anyone who spends that much time studying the evil empire has got to already be evil. We're then provided some details from the final transmission of Captain Cassidy's lapel camera. She's in the clean room, reviewing the camera feed, and occasionally turns to glance at the corpse of Rizwana, revealing a gaping hole where his chest should be. She appears to briefly consider erasing her own camera feed history, aborting the ongoing recordings, or reformatting the entire server, but she doesn't do any of them. She maximizes the feeds from the doctors, now only sporadically received and at a very low bitrate, and watches their escape from the tunnels. She then opens the sealed medical partition, revealing the corpse of the medic covered in burst boils and pustules. She reseals the partition and hangs a biohazard sign on the door before leaving. She then stands at the entrance to the tunnels, watching as the earliest work lights flicker into darkness one by one, truncating the illuminated portion of the passage ahead. A figure can be seen in the far distant shadows, moving towards her at the edge of the dying light. The flickers reflect from something metallic held in the figure's hand. She raises her shotgun, and the figure stops, with the two remaining in this position for over 20 minutes before the figure departs. Cassidy keeps the shotgun raised for another 4 minutes before she begins to back away. She then enters the outer burial chamber, noting the discarded syringes on the floor and the control mechanism for Rizwana's razor device. She picks up the mechanism and climbs up into the open sarcophagus, lying down and raising her shotgun to point at the ceiling. 11 minutes pass, and then she lowers the shotgun and raises the control device. She manipulates the controls, and the lid to the sarcophagus grinds slowly shut. When there is approximately 60 centimeters of open space at her feet, she lowers the controls and raises the shotgun toward the aperture again. 37 minutes pass, at which point she lowers the shotgun again, examines the controls, and slides the lid shut completely. The doctors and the cat reach the end of the tunnels in the early dawn of the 8th day. They see lichen growing on the walls, which are again composed of the Makrana marble seen in the entrance descent. The switchbacks are becoming more regular as they ascend, and the distance between the work lights is farther apart. Fidelia notes that she thinks she can smell the swamp, and Maximo says that he can hear it, and it's getting warmer too. They turn the corner and are suddenly confronted with unfiltered daylight, emerging from the tunnels at sunset. Maximo blinks rapidly in the light before sneezing, to which Fidelia says, "God bless you." Maximo asks if that will be enough, and Fidelia says that she's sure it will be, because they believe. The doctors were extracted from the site just minutes after their emergence, as Valenti had escaped 20 minutes prior via the same route, and hiked back toward the quarantine post until he was able to make radio contact. All 3 surviving team members were airlifted for emergency medical treatment and quarantined. The cat was released to Fidelia's custody, subsequent to her debriefing. The reopening and recontainment of the site, primarily via remote manipulation, revealed a number of corpses. Chief Strand had expired from dehydration, Professor Huff from an infected gunshot wound, Captain Cassidy from suffocation, and Dr. Plesko from legs crushed by falling debris and an apparently self-administered insertion of a Davite ritual dagger into her thoracic cavity. Fidelia was summoned for a debriefing by the head of tactical theology, Dr. Liner, once well enough for intercontinental air travel. Liner trusts that Maximo is healing up well, to which she says that that chemical cocktail put one hell of a strain on his system, but it was worth it. Liner notes that her vocabulary seems to have become more colorful in the interim, and she says that she's seen the gradations of sacrilege up close and personal now, so the little things don't seem quite so terrible. He's sorry that she had to learn that way, and moves the discussion to the tomb, calling it a paranoia tomb. He says that it's ontokinetic, meaning reality bending, but she says that it may have imparted ontokinesis on those within it, one or the other. affecting perceived reality, personality, almost certainly probability as well. Neller and the medic gave themselves medical conditions, and Valenti escaped because he thought a sneezing cat was lucky. Liner says that that's almost offensively unlikely, to which Fidelia says that the entire thing is offensive, as it's a direct assault on the concept of faith, and other things. Liner says that in her report, it seems that Panosian had the worst of it, as Armenian tradition holds that a second sneeze negates the bad luck of the first. He likely would have been fine, since he believed that and forced himself to sneeze twice instead of only once. Fidelia, however, thinks that the medic takes the cake, since she died of bubonic plague, probably just from remembering a schoolyard song. She's going to have a hard time living with this, though, as 14 people died because a few of them sneezed at inopportune moments, and they all just generated a mini cult around the vague concept that sneezes were somehow obliterating their humanity, and it became true. Liner says that now she understands their blanket policy against releasing the cause of death to family members. But there is one more loose end to tie up, though. How is it that she was the only one out of a team of 17 members to never sneeze once over the course of a week in a dusty tomb? Fidelia taps her nose and says that she can't, due to a nerve injury. Liner smiles and says that they reviewed Booth's last message and plays a snippet for her. In it, he says that here at the end, he finds his historian's instincts, his desire for circuitous closure drawing him back inexorably to the beginning, to Barris Salavi. He left this place a man transformed, as something was taken from him, and he never was able to retrieve it. Or perhaps he received a gift he'd never known how much he needed. A purpose, inscrutable, revolutionary, destructive. A fire in the pit where his soul used to be. A fascination with the meaning behind his experience in this tomb, which is now Booth's tomb. He's left with one last question, though. This side effect, this razor focus on the machinations of the ancient Davites. He's seen it in his colleagues, as Neller saw it in Salavi, growing inside of them like the apple in the worm. Was this really just a caltrop to break the bodies and minds of provincial interlopers once the Imperials had absconded back home with whatever treasure they could carry? Or was there a more sinister purpose still to the curse they levied upon this stone? Did they hope to burn all comers, or did they hope that some would be tempered by the flame? Salavi and his ineradicable obsession with a people they tried to strike from his memory burned indelibly into his very soul, where even amnestics could not reach, and nothing but salvation could solve. Was it truly a mere accident, or the point of the exercise entire? Booth will never know, of course, but hopes that someone will, and that they don't learn the hard way. He sneezes, and then chuckles, and says that he thinks sometimes that it's really not so bad to believe in anything much at all, as skepticism has its reward. Though at the close of things, it would be nice to know. Liner hopes that he's at peace, and Fidelia hopes that they all are. Liner asks if she thinks there's anything to it, and if he could be right. Fidelia doesn't know, and it's almost impossible to really judge the hearts and minds of an extinct people. They can't ask them questions, and can only approximate their languages. They don't even know how Latin was originally pronounced, so the Davites and their devas might as well be aliens. They certainly couldn't have imagined their little farce of sneezing, so it seems a lot more to ask that they might not only have predicted, but actually intended Salavi and Neller and Plesko's fascinations. She wonders what it got them, if they did want it. One disgraced archaeologist who's never going to see the outside of a cell again, a bunch of dead researchers, techs, and agents, and 3 healthy people who don't want to hear the word Deva or its derivatives ever again. Liner also mentions the cat as well, and asks if they've given it a name. Fidelia responds that they've named it Gosa, an ancient Davite word meaning to sneeze, or to huff. On the day Liner conducted his debriefing, Dr. Salovey managed to escape from Site-06 under suspicious circumstances. On the following day, before Fidelia returned to recover her husband, he also vanished from medical care under equally suspicious circumstances. 2 days after that, a fire at Site-76 destroyed multiple artifacts associated with the Davite Empire. A letter was received at Fidelia's residence in Spain sometime later. In it, the writer first states that he's sorry, and she won't understand this and will take it very hard. But then they cross this section out and instead write that they are not sorry. They are aware, academically, that they should be, but nevertheless the capacity has gone out of them. Perhaps there's a part of them that is still capable of feeling regret, but they have left it far behind. Perhaps it's still screaming through those ever-darkening tunnels, waiting for the last of the work lights to flicker out, one soul among many in search of an empty vessel to fill. Or perhaps the man she married was simply obliterated in a burst of Belarusian sunlight. All he can say by way of comfort, and cold comfort it will be, is that they're finally going to have what they lost so very much in their pursuit of. They're going to find out why the Davites dug that tomb, why and how they did that terrible thing they did to it, and what they hoped thereby to achieve. They're going to find out in a way that does not require faith, which is good, because as she may only now be realizing, he never had too much of that. She wanted to believe that he did, and that was what he wanted as well. He knew how important her faith was to her, as important as she was to him. And if he could exaggerate his purely academic interest into a simulacrum of heartfelt belief, well, where was the harm? Of course, they found out, and for her sake he wishes that the blessing had worked. For her sake he wishes that the shadow hadn't stretched out past the mouth of that cave to snatch him away from when it seemed like all was finally well, when she thought it had been enough to stay resolute in the face of evil, when she was wrong. She will have cause to rejoice, though, he promises, because Salovey and him and others of like mind are going to get the answers that their absent friends died grasping at in blind panicked futility. They're going to learn the secrets of the Devas in full. No conjecture, no theories, no piecing together abstract snippets of trivia, no more puppeteering the past, as this time they're going straight to the source. They're going to ask them. Among the items previously thought destroyed, but now believed to have been stolen, is Site-76 copy of SCP-140. So, unfortunately, Maximo sneezed at the last possible moment for the curse of the tomb to affect him, and lacked the faith in God that his wife had when she blessed him. Now he's convinced that he's no longer the same man, and is hell-bent on bringing back the Davite Empire through SCP-140 in order to ask them all of the questions that the team wanted to know. It likely won't take a determined individual with a copy of SCP-140 very long to cause some very real problems for the Foundation and the world. SCP-7291 is a lengthy, involved piece that manages to be very entertaining while relying very little on other knowledge of the SCP universe. It heavily involves the Davite Empire, yes, but not in a way that would be really inextricable to someone that knows nothing about them going in. The idea of a paranoid team of researchers slowly tearing each other apart has certainly been done plenty of times before, although likely never with the plot revolving around sneezing. But the revelation that sneezing was just one paranoid belief among many that became reality is quite unique. While we miss out on a happy ending with the two doctors and their new cat living happily ever after, perhaps there's a way to break the curse in some way, and Maximo will return to normal. Either way, this was quite the wild ride of paranoia, superstitions, and tensions. So remember, if someone sneezes, make sure you say Gesundheit. SCP-7243 Existential Abatement Part 1. When most people think of an SCP, they think of the SCP itself, like the statue or the hard-to-destroy reptile, or other such monsters and anomalies. While those are concerns to the Foundation and need to be contained, there are also plenty of anomalies that produce their own waste as a byproduct of their existence. And while usually this waste isn't too harmful, it does need to be taken care of. That process is where the Acroamatic Abatement Department comes in, an entire division of the Foundation devoted to handling anomalous waste, as these substances can't simply be flushed down a toilet or burned away without potential ramifications down the line, especially if multiple types of waste intermingle. It's certainly a big problem, and as the Foundation grows and more SCPs fall under their purview, the amount of anomalous waste they have to deal with similarly grows, and it all has to be processed. The Admonition series of SCP articles deals with the Foundation trying out various miraculous ways to deal with some of their big problems, but discovering that there really are no shortcuts. Let's take a look at how they might handle their waste problem, and what the ramifications of their shortcuts are. We're first given a notice from the Oracle Collective, informing us that an iteration of Central Normalcy Authority, titled Our Foundation, has been formally audited regarding compliance with organization objectives outlined in the 1981 Multi-Foundation Coalition Agreement. Advance notice regarding this was not established, as this iteration's Oracle position has been vacant for several decades, with no suitable replacement representative made known to the Collective. The following report then consists of recovered files regarding the iteration in question, and the audit was manually conducted under direct supervision of Oracle Prime. What that all boils down to then is that we're looking at some version of the Foundation that's under investigation for their compliance with the objectives of the Multiversal Foundation organization. The first item under investigation are post-mortem files regarding prior timeline iteration, with the assessment being that it was a misuse of authority resources which precipitated an enhanced ascension of a Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. What they're referring to is SCP-6820, the first in the Admonition series, in which a Foundation tried to permanently kill SCP-682, but failed. This timeline was reconstituted by Goldbaker and Associates, an anomalous insurance company, at significant expense. The second item is a hazardous document regarding local patasphere instability, which also involved a misuse of authority resources, precipitating the enhanced ascension of a Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. This refers to SCP-6747, in which a Foundation tried to use pataphysics to resurrect a deceased individual, but failed. The third item is an imperceptible document regarding local noosphere instability, in which again misuse of authority resources precipitated the enhanced ascension of a Tier 4 cosmological anomaly. This refers to SCP-6659, in which a Foundation tried to create a device that could kill gods, but failed. Item 4 are system files regarding the destruction of a local cybersphere, in which misuse of authority resources precipitated the enhanced ascension of a Tier 4 cosmological anomaly and the ejection of an additional rogue element. This refers to SCP-6488, in which a Foundation created an AI to contain any deviant AIs, but failed. It seems then that all of the Admonition articles have been occurring in one version of the Foundation, with it being patched up from time to time. Finally, we have Item 5, compiled documents regarding an explicit breach of contract, which is what we're reading now. I wonder how this one will end up. We're provided a document from the desk of Dr. Dougal Deering, in which he discusses what waste is. It reads, What is waste? The dictionary defines, well, nothing, actually. We define. The dictionary only records our definitions. Even that term is misleading. The dictionary, as though there were only one. Merriam-Webster probably says that waste, noun, is nothing but a useless byproduct of something better. Accurate so far as it goes, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. That's our fault. The worst kind of waste they're aware of is spent nuclear fuel, or carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Their definition was written without having borne witness to the irreducible Nascimbenium cores powering innumerable impossible mad science projects, or the infernal combustion engines punching holes in the ozone layer with their demonosulfuric emissions. That's the kind of waste our dictionary takes into account. Metal that absorbs psychic signals and grows like cancer. Balls of backward-flowing time. Orichalcum, adamant, and ectoplasm. The colostomy from out of space. An endless catalog of anomalous fallout and excreta which only we can ameliorate, because only we can see it, because we set the world up that way. But we're getting tired of seeing it. After all this time, this endless uphill landfill slog, we need to see clear blue sky beyond our horizon of trash. If only putting the waste out of mind could also put it out of sight. One might be forgiven for wishing that the very concept could be erased from our manifest of magic, as the gutters overflow with anomalous ooze and the gray goo projections turn perilously proximal. One might be forgiven for wishing that the dictionary truly did define, and that by changing the definition of waste, we could change the very thing itself. But forgiveness is never guaranteed. That's what gives it meaning. We're also given an undated photograph from Dr. Deering's files, showing a young man and woman side by side in black and white. Next, we're provided an incident report from September of 2028 from the Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-D. The recording officer is Dr. Nyo from Psychology and Parapsychology at Site 43, and she's interviewing Dr. Deering. His hands are bandaged, and he is sitting very still, as if recovering from heavy sedation. She begins by asking him what he was doing in AAF-D when the incident occurred, to which he says that he was supervising a flush. She asks what that entails, and he explains flatly that AAF-D is the powerhouse of Site 43's abatement plant, the single largest anomalous waste facility ever constructed. Since the effluence crisis escalated globally, it's been doing non-stop quadruple duty, so every few years they have to shut it down, for no longer than an hour. Any longer than that, and the whole system backs up irrecoverably, but they have to pump the overflow into the anachronic sump below the site, because their output is severely lagging behind their input. They're overwhelmed and operating on triage principles. Any substance requiring too much time or too heavy a resource commitment to abate has to be set aside, because certain other abatements are too time-sensitive to delay. Some of the anomalous effects of the waste can worsen the longer they're kept in the pipeline, without even getting into what they can do to the pipes themselves. When they do the flush, they're often already white-hot, or ice-cold, or humming obscenities in Latin. It's always a close call, because they can't afford to do it any more often than every few years, without the whole system failing. All this really does, though, is just buy them a little more time, and the sump under the facility is getting full as well. The man in charge of the flush this year was Deputy Chief of Janitorial and Maintenance Philip Deering, his brother. Dr. Nyo asks if he was supervising him then, but Deering just says that he was visiting him, as they never speak to each other despite working in the same facility for decades. They talked about a toy that Deering found in the basement at their parents' house, which consists of a single sliding compartment. He explains that it makes things disappear, and Dr. Nyo places her Site-43 badge pin in the compartment and closes it, at which point it vanishes. She asks him how it works, to which he says that it's magic, as he's an occultist. He didn't end up giving it to him though, and says that he's not as familiar with the abatement facility as he used to be, and they've had to make a lot of changes to keep up with the pressure. Apparently there were 2 pipes, side by side, each containing very different types of anomalous waste, with a junction connecting them that allowed for combining their contents under specific emergency circumstances. This is normally done via remote control, but there is a valve there to allow manual access during accidents, and it apparently moved when Deering bumped into it. Possibly this was due to metal fatigue, but he thinks more likely that they were already in the early stages of a total collapse, and this was just the first sign. Those pipes were full to bursting with material, when they should have been almost empty. He doesn't think that they hadn't been flushed properly, but the people working there are under a lot of pressure, and the materials are unpredictable. Either way, there was a lot more waste in the system than expected, and it might have come blasting out even if he hadn't bumped the valve. The materials then mixed inappropriately, and the waste in one pipe, the Orphic outflow, instantly became every version of itself it had ever been simultaneously, before, during, and after abatement. He says that it looked like an army of Technicolor ghosts all melted together, bursting out of the pipes like steam. His brother headed for the nearest suction pump controls, which are located in every room and corridor, and which would cause all of the waste to get sucked into the sinkhole without further incident. He was met halfway there by something which manifested behind him, something writhing and ethereal. It sucked up most of the airborne effluence, and then crunched itself audibly down to his size. Deering begins shouting that it moved right through his brother, overlaid itself on him, coiled around him, and started to shrink. His brother's eyes rolled back, his skin shriveled in against his bones and split where his organs were, and they burst out of him. He melted into a pile all over the floor, and then it was gone. Deering heaves and begins hyperventilating for a few seconds before recovering, remarking that he doesn't think his brother felt it. Dr. Nyo says that he then turned the handle himself for the suction pump, but Deering replies that he doesn't remember. They have it on camera, however, which is how Deering's hands got injured, as the controls were compromised from the ghosts being out too long. Deering asks why they've dragged him through all this again if they have it on camera, to which she says that she just needed to hear his version for the report, which is standard procedure. She then asks how she gets her pin back, and he tells her to just shake the toy to the left, hard. He says that it was never gone, as it's just a slide to the right and a little mirror to hide the evidence. No magic at all, just a trick. We're given a note telling us that this interview confirmed Deering's initial testimony immediately after the event, in which he reported the presence of a rogue entity that killed his brother. No personnel reviewing the security camera footage of the incident, however, are able to perceive any entity, even under nestic treatment. On the recommendation of Dr. Nyo and the Chief of Janitorial and Maintenance, Deering has been prescribed 1 year's mandatory mental health leave. With that, we're finally given the file for SCP-7243 itself, which, like nearly all the admonition anomalies so far, has been given the containment class of Thaumium, meaning that the Foundation uses it in some way to assist in containing other SCPs. We're not given the anomaly's description yet, but its assigned departments are the Parachronology Department, meaning that it deals with time in some way, the PM Center, the Logistics Branch, the Achromatic Abatement Department, and Applied Occultism. Placeholder McDoctorate is the project lead, with 058 as an advisor, and Deering and Director Ilse Reinders are the research heads. The containment procedures tell us that 7243 must only abate achromatic waste materials which do not exist, and cannot under any circumstances be used to neutralize anything measurably extant. This is why it has the Absentia secondary containment class, which are anomalies used by the Foundation to ensure the absence of non-existent phenomena. What this means then is that it's a bit of a tricky one to wrap your head around, as it's a device that handles things that don't exist, and the Logistics Branch maintains a global network of consolidation and supply lines for transport of non-existent material. These transports are empty, the network handles nothing, and the empty containers are voided into SCP-7243. We're given another note, presumably from Deering, in which he states that waste is when a thing full of life and promise, a thing of beauty, is obliterated before its full potential is realized. Waste is snuffing out a light in our darkest hour. Waste is death, and he is going to kill it. We're then given a few dark, unclear photographs showing what appears to be the interior of a complex facility. This is followed by an addendum consisting of an excerpt from a research paper written by Director Reinders, titled Achromatic Abatement and You. In case of emergency, do not break glass. The abstract of the paper reads, "In principle, the Foundation only considers neutralization of anomalous phenomena where containment is infeasible and uncontainment is undesirable. Generally, if one anomaly produces another, that new phenomenon should also be contained and studied. When these byproducts are generated continuously, however, their containment will eventually become infeasible, and so the criteria is met for their disposal. Mass containment facilities, particularly those specializing in biological containment, are already equipped with immense infrastructures for disposing of conventional waste. Unfortunately, these systems cannot contend with unconventional waste, the esoteric properties of which may eventuate any number of unforeseen issues. Each year, innumerable breaches are caused by the reaction of multiple anomalous substances in spaces they should never have occupied in the first instance. Garbage dumpsters, sewage tanks, ventilation systems, and the like. This leaves our most crucial sites with the issue of storing, transporting, and neutralizing large concentrations of volatile, esoteric effluents on a case-by-case basis for an arbitrary number of anomalies with arbitrary properties ad infinitum. This is the ever-progressing front on which achromatic abatement does battle. It attempts to generalize the problems of safe storage, transport, and amelioration for arbitrary achromatic waste. These are extremely messy problems to solve, and not just in the practical sense. Theoretically, achromatic abatement deals in the development of containment and neutralization techniques for all possible anomalous effects, and accounting for their potential interactions with all other anomalous effects. At time of writing, no singular inciting element has been identified as the cause to which the entire known range of anomalous phenomena can be attributed. In the opinion of this achromaticist, no such element exists. Definitionally, anomalies subvert generally accepted models of how reality works, and so their classification is determined by whether they are congruent with our limited human understanding. There is no Swan boson or similar phenomenon that grants a substance the quality of define expectation. It is therefore impossible to develop a comprehensive technique which can strip any arbitrary substance of its anomalous properties with certainty, short of developing rigorous scientific explanations for those properties and conveying them pedagogically to the human populace entire. As such, the primary approach of achromatic abatement has been to group esoteric substances into broad classes based on their properties, developing containment and treatment strategies for each class and subclass therein. This classification system is necessarily non-rigorous, and cannot comprehensively describe all achromatic material, for reasons aforementioned, but a more effective model has yet to be developed. Next, we have some correspondence between Deering and the chief of janitorial and maintenance, who is also his brother's wife. She accuses him of killing her husband, to which he replies that if he had had even 1 second to react, he would have tried to save him, but he's sorry the system let him and her down. He's sorry they let it decline so far and so fast, and at this point they can't even begin to predict how these increasingly volatile materials will interact with each other and their obsolete equipment. The entity which killed his brother could have resulted from any number of things, and all they can do is rededicate themselves to the cause he gave his life for. She only responds, however, that he killed her husband. Only him. He says that nobody on Earth understands what she lost the way he does, and he understands if she needs someone to blame, as he's the head of achromatic abatement. They can't lose sight of the fact that what killed him was an extreme statistical outlier under nobody's control, and after all of their efforts, things like that still exist and are even multiplying. If they dwell on their mistakes, they'll overtake them, so they can't give up on their quest to figure out where all of this is coming from and how to send it back there. She replies that he can't even call Philip his brother, not even in a letter, and tells him to take responsibility for once in his life. There never was an entity, as he's the only one who claims to have seen it, and whatever he might believe, he's not that important. When she asked Philip if Deering was coming to his deputy chief promotion, he said probably not, as he'd be too ashamed. He'd internalized that for so long that he didn't even think to be sad about it. That's when she realized that she was going to have to hate him, well before he finally did something to really earn it. She says that he's incapable of facing up to anything he thinks reflects poorly on himself, so he makes excuses for why he shouldn't have to. He can't attend the ceremony because of a scheduling conflict, not because he can't stand admitting that he shares DNA with a glorified janitor. He can't come to the wedding because it's even worse seeing more janitor blood seeping into the family. He can't take a break from dissolving parathylene like an industrious little worm to allow even a single genuine moment of base human connection. He can't admit he bumped into a piece of sensitive equipment because he was too preoccupied with the cleverness of his weak, self-centered peace offering and killed the only person on the planet who ever had even the tiniest scrap of respect for him. She ends by saying that Philip never reflected poorly on him, but he reflects poorly on Philip, and to his infinite credit, that never crossed his mind. While some might be hesitant to respond to such a scathing message, Deering replies asking what he can do to make this right. He tells her that she's the best sanitation engineer in a facility full of certified geniuses, and he wants her to give him a selfless goal that Philip would have been proud to see achieved, so that he can show her that he's never been more determined in his life. She replies with a short, but incredibly daunting task. No more waste. He says, okay, and later, through a series of messages, that he's working on it, and that he can see it on the horizon, but he's going to need her help to see it through. While these exchanges were going on, Deering was also in contact with placeholder McDoctorate, telling him that he knows he's dividing his attention between a great many projects right now, but he'll want to be involved in this. He says that placeholders' time is short, and they can't ignore the achromatic abatement problem anymore, or else it's going to be their species' meteor strike. Deering is the only one with the drive to deflect this thing hanging over their heads, and while Placeholder is trying to save the world for the third, fourth, or fifth time, he asks if he's content with it being his last. Placeholder then replies, saying that they should talk. Thus, we get the description for SCP-7243, the Deering Placeholder Latent Existential Abatement Engine, an advanced industrial Eigen machine designed for comprehensive mass disposal of generalized esoteric waste. It's housed within Achromatic Abatement Facility Exactus, the bottommost structure of Site-43, and it's the largest waste processing facility on Earth, responsible for a 95% decrease in global achromatic waste production. From the baseline perspective, the engine processes no waste, as rather than actively detoxifying esoteric effluents like most abatement, it instead performs a novel procedure which ensures the non-existence of any effluents which it would be used to abate. Were any substance to be deposited into the engine, the substance would be instantly annihilated, retrocausally from all of space-time. This means then that the substance would never have existed at all, and thus could not have been deposited into the engine in the first place. This paradoxical scenario would normally generate a buildup of retrocausal quanta, which would induce a ZK-class temporal paradox. 7234, however, absorbs the imminent paradox and redirects the quanta into the immediate past, colliding with the paradoxical substance, causing its annihilation. This forms a stable time loop, wherein the substance's non-existence is self-justifying. To an observer, then, 7243 prevents the creation of any waste which it would be used to neutralize, because it essentially erases it before it even exists. This means that as long as all the necessary infrastructure remains in place and functional to deliver any waste to the engine, no waste will ever manifest at all. In other words, they have to keep dumping empty barrels into the engine so that nothing ever appears in those barrels. To date, 97% of all anomalies that would normally generate waste no longer do so thanks to the existence of 7243. We're then provided an audio transcript taken from the Site-43 Achromatic Abatement section, shortly after the initial approval of 7243. Deering's sister-in-law, Amelia, is paging through the schematics and calls him insane, as this will never work, and in the best-case scenario, the Temporal Anomalies Department has to assassinate him last week. He replies that it's just math, with 1 minus 1 equaling 0, but she says it's more like 1 plus minus 1 equals minus 1 plus 1. She asks how he can even build something capable of this, which he says is why he brought Placeholder on board, who's certain that they can do this as written, and they've consulted with Reinders, so the failsafes are foolproof. Amelia is not convinced, however, and tells him that this is a mistake that will all come crashing down. Deering says it won't if it's built properly, with redundancies and the best engineering they have available. This is how they kill waste, or maybe it will kill all of them, because she was too busy being angry at one man to put in the work of protecting the entire human race. She can squander her talents building cisterns and pipelines for acres of gunk they'll never be able to wade through if that's what she thinks is best. In the end, Amelia gets on board, and 7243 is built as planned. The document continues with the operational mechanics for the engine, stating that it only abates materials which do not exist, and actually cannot process anything which does measurably exist. Essentially, the fact that a waste material exists at all means that it will never be processed by the engine, and must be abated by conventional means. Attempts to deposit any existing materials into the engine are invariably futile, as some sequence of events will occur that make it so that the materials never arrive at the engine. Typically, these are logistical failures, such as crates falling off a cargo ship, or the ship itself sinking, or any number of other chaotic and disastrous events that prevent the material from reaching the engine. Fortunately, this means that if a waste material does come into existence now, the Foundation knows that it will never reach the engine, so they don't have to make any disastrous attempts to send it that way. As mentioned, the logistical networks for everything still have to be in place for all waste material, existent or not, but if a material does exist, the Foundation can reroute the waste to backup facilities. It's noted also that the engine is highly sensitive to local chronological shift, and if a shift occurs, it is configured to reference the causal dependencies of its surroundings to reinforce its own chronology. There are 7 identified personnel, including Deering, Deering's brother, Amelia, and Placeholder, on whose actions the engine is causally dependent. So in case of an impending XK class event, it's crucial that these individuals or their remains remain nearby. We're also told the origin of the engine, with Deering returning from an extended leave of absence in 2029 with newfound interest in novel achromatic abatement techniques. He submitted several project proposals advocating for the creation of experimental abatement mechanisms based upon various parascientific theories, but all were denied based on excessive cost and/or lack of methodological confidence. A year and a half later, one of these proposals was reconsidered by Placeholder McDoctorate, who noted that the Pilcrow-Minkowski Center for Multidisciplinary Studies had verified Deering's relevant findings at scale. With backing by the PM Center and the Parachronology Division, the project was approved, and was completed partway through 2032. In another undated note from Deering, he writes that sometimes waste is a good thing, like heat shedding. We work off our excess physical energy into sweat, radiating the remainder over time, or convect it into the winds of change, or conducting it into the cold spaces between warm bodies. This stabilizes the interval, preventing burnout. Waste can be transformative. For the following section of the document, we're given another notice from the Oracle Collective, alerting us that these documents exhibited temporary alteration from the perspective of our timeline, during and as a direct result of a local perceptual shift, so they're presented as they appeared during the time frame they describe. Basically, that means that the timestamps for the following instant log are obfuscated, and some parts of the document have been corrupted. It begins with a research site in Japan reporting the production of existing waste from several instances, with logistics being notified to reroute the waste to various fallback sites. It then reports full production of waste by all of the respective instances, indicating a comprehensive failure of its dedicated supply line within 80 hours. Logistics halts the relevant operations for immediate inspection. A containment site in Japan also reports full production of waste by all of their respective instances, indicating a collective failure of Japan's dedicated supply lines, so additional logistics personnel are deployed for inspection. They're unable to discern the cause of this eventual supply failure, and local fallback facilities have exceeded their capacity, so the excess is redirected to Australian fallback sites. Within the next 8 hours, 3 more containment sites also report full production of waste, indicating a complete failure of all dedicated supply lines across Asia, Australia, and Eastern Europe. Logistics can't deploy sufficient personnel to every site. Achromatic abatement personnel are notified of an impending event of unclear nature, and a rigorous inspection begins of the engine and the relevant delivery systems. Facilities across Western Europe report similar failures of waste, and abatement personnel discover that these failures have been occurring at a roughly consistent rate, spreading outward from the site in Japan. Soon there is a total existential abatement failure across all sites outside of North America, as emergency transport contingencies are immediately activated worldwide to alleviate near-critical buildups of extant waste. The Parachronology Department begins a lateral chronological analysis protocol to determine the likelihood of chronological or other reality shifts, and the key personnel for the engine are immediately called to their posts. Due to the loss of AI-powered communication encryption services, because of the Lotus AI containing all deviant AI, Chinese militia groups intercept the logistics department's communications regarding the ongoing situation. Mainland China's government refuses entry to logistics transport vessels, citing a direct order of the GOC. Contingency systems are unable to account for the critical buildup of esoteric substances, resulting in a catastrophic hazardous materials breach and the loss of the 2 sites in Japan. Facilities across North America's western coast begin to experience existential abatement failure, and the Achromatic Abatement Department corrects their prior analysis, as the point of failure here is not the site in Japan, but rather it's Site 43, affecting the furthest away sites first. All of the key personnel except for Placeholder have gathered near the engine, and Reinders texts him repeatedly to get there. Placeholder eventually responds, asking when she needs him there, to which she says now. He replies that he's busy, and he has a time-traveling, universe-hopping teleportation machine, so he's sure he'll be where he needs to be, when he needs to be. She tells him under no circumstances will he fly into the eye of an esoteric hurricane with that thing, but he stops responding. The logistics branch is unable to discern a procedural cause of failure. The Achromatic Abatement section is unable to discern any fault with the engine. Parachronology is unable to detect any symptoms of imminent CK class, ZK class, or other XK class events, and the Temporal Anomalies Department forecasts a 0% probability of any impending reality shift, chronological shift, temporal pivot, timeline branch, timeline merge, or other possible cause of the engine's failure. The Temporality Annex, however, is unresponsive. SCP-179, Saul Susser, the entity located near the Sun that warns the Foundation of extraterrestrial threats, is seen holding its head in its hands, apparently sobbing, although the meaning of this is unclear. Eventually, total existential abatement failure occurs across all relevant facilities, except those within 1,000 kilometers of Site 43. Several more fallback facilities fail, and contingency systems are beyond capacity. Reinders texts Placeholder some more, although much of the text has been lost. She says that neither of them are stupid, and tells him something if they live to see tomorrow. The document simply notes that the implications of her texts are unclear. With no discernible indication of the impending event's nature, it's presumed that some oblique malfunction of the engine will be responsible, so Reinders proposes the deactivation of the engine immediately following the delivery of all remaining waste in absentia. The waste material that doesn't exist needs to be voided into the engine to prevent a ZK-class temporal paradox. The O5 Council reports that extra-universal parties and contingency groups are entirely unresponsive, with emergency protocol Veil Break enacted. All available resources are redirected toward abatement, cleanup, and contingency efforts, with SCP-2000 activated in standby mode. Reinders convenes remotely with the O5 Council, and she is incidentally informed of Black Site Facility 6488, where the Lotus AI is housed, and is informed of the true nature of Lotus's origin and operation, as well as its imminent planned deactivation. Reinders attempts to warn the Council of the potential ramification of its deactivation, but the connection is abruptly terminated by unknown means. She proceeds to disassemble and jury-rig nearby terminal components into a makeshift broadcast system, and attempts to hail Facility 6488 and all nearby sites, calling for any available respondents. As the final waste cart approaches the engine, all remaining personnel prepare for the first ever complete deactivation of the engine. Around the same time, Lotus begins its deactivation sequence, causing an unprecedented release of highly deviant artificial intelligences into various digital systems, globally and beyond. The engine successfully commences shutdown, with no faults detected. Deering begins arguing with Reinders, maintaining the position that their deactivation of the engine is the very event which retroactively caused this whole situation. The Paradox Exodus engine is then co-opted by Rogue AI, causing it and Placeholder to demanifest from consensus reality. Deering is interrupted mid-conversation by the spontaneous reactivation of the engine, with all internal cores hyperactivating, triggering chronological reinforcement contingency protocols. Reinders orders the immediate shutdown of the engine via analog manual override, but maintenance personnel report confusion as the facility's PA system broadcasts conflicting instructions in a near-perfect imitation of Reinders' voice. Deering approaches Amelia, procures a heavily modified Temporal Anomalies Department jump watch from his pocket, and begins tapping it in frantic rhythm. Reinders exclaims and pulls Deering towards herself, attempting to stop him, but the device activates and both of them disappear. As the engine's latent stores of existing waste and paradoxically reinstated non-waste approach critical mass, an intense red hue begins to permeate the area. Multiple possible iterations of two of the Foundation doctors begin to manifest and overlap, signaling an imminent Copenhagen decoherence event. Amelia vocalizes distress and quickly exits the facility. The local time, as measured by all electronic devices, cycles rapidly through the calendar year, and the engine's scheduled automatic reference check triggers 122 times in quick succession. Apparitions of Deering attempt to override this every 3 seconds, but in his absence between attempts, the override is deemed inauthentic. The engine is unable to locate sufficient anchors for its definitive chronology, because most of the key personnel are absent, so it's forced to utilize a probabilistic metric, with multiple attempted micro-adjustments overlapping in local space-time. A large film projector reel manifests within Dr. Neo's skull, killing her instantly, and iterations of another doctor draw concealed weapons, firing upon each other simultaneously. Maintenance personnel begin to sever their own fingers and uncontrollably consume the lost blood. A fourth sublevel then manifests above the facility, containing something that is immediately aerosolized by ambient thaumic blood and incorporated into a coruscating halo suffusing the bedrock. Achromatic decontainment events increase in frequency and severity 7-fold, as Amelia sprints down a narrow hallway towards an emergency bunker, but she trips over her own corpse and is knocked unconscious by the fall. Here, the document really becomes sparse, with something both exploding and imploding, something stated to must not exist and something that must exist, until the document states an error of a bad connection and ends. There's a lot to unpack there, but even more that's left as a temporary mystery of what exactly occurred in both the abatement facility and with the engine. It's clear that the big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff has been messed with to an unfortunate degree, and perhaps Deering was right in that they themselves set about this situation by eventually shutting down the engine to try and fix the situation that shutting down the engine retroactively caused. It's a lot to wrap your head around, and it's also unclear what Lotus has to do with it, as the engine doesn't involve an AI, and what exactly Placeholder is up to. We'll find out more in part 2, but obviously things never go too well when someone at the Foundation tries to find a miraculous solution to a big problem. SCP-7243 Existential Abatement Part 2. One thing that's been more and more of a recent trend in SCP articles is the ever-growing problem of more and more anomalies within the SCP universe. Plenty of documents point to an in-universe increase in the rate of new anomalies popping up, and that means more work for the Foundation to handle. One part of that work is anomalous waste, with the volume of it ever increasing, to the point that in SCP-7243, it's becoming too much for the Foundation to handle conventionally. Enter Dougal Deering, who, along with his dead brother's wife and a handful of other key personnel, managed to make a marvelous machine capable of erasing waste before it can even exist in the first place. What seemed like initially a miracle cure to their waste problem eventually became a disaster as it failed to function properly, causing a massive buildup of waste worldwide before catastrophically failing and being shut down. While the engine suddenly no longer being functional is enough of a problem for the Foundation, it's really just the start of their issues, as time doesn't always play nice. We pick up where we left off with 3 more documents, all related to a nexus, which is an anomalous area or zone that supports a community of some sort. The first 2 documents discuss Nexus 7243 and are provisional documents, which have experienced significant corruption. Errors have removed information about the population and assigned facilities of this nexus, and a bunch of other info has been crossed out, such as Nexus 7243 being a hypothesized region of physical space. It states that Nexus 7243 is a designation which was created to facilitate communication, but its intended usage is rendered impossible. This intended usage is inhibited by an effect, and although they don't state what the effect is, they rule out a number of possibilities. This includes lesser or greater anti-memetic effects, cognito and narrativo hazards, miscellaneous chronological shifts, extra noospherism, and ontokinesis. It also notes that due to the recent influx of highly deviant artificial intelligences, the role of digital subterfuge in the effect cannot be ruled out. If there isn't any, though, then the Nexus's intended usage is likely being inhibited at a fundamental informational level, possibly a macroscopic quantum phenomenon. This phenomenon also propagates to any term whose intended function is uniquely and practically similar to that of Nexus 7243. The following section would contain the origin for the Nexus, but the author of the document, Dr. Forkley, puts in a note that this is either above or below his pay grade, and wishes good luck at figuring out which it is. The second version of the provisional file for the Nexus is slightly clearer, and is written by Deering. He states that he's been with the Foundation long enough to recognize when he's being only begrudgingly consulted, and that's what's happening here. Despite the fact that he's the world's premier expert on this subject, and his first-hand knowledge regarding the disaster which rendered it supposedly indescribable, and despite his persistent entreaties to be looped into the research and containment process, he has been stonewalled at every turn, until the utmost end of alternative resources. He once stood at the head of a scientific project second in importance to none on Earth, as they faced an anomalous waste crisis of unprecedented and ever-escalating scale. He then proceeds to give his precise and 100% accurate explanation of how that project worked and what, through no fault of his own, went wrong with it. Unfortunately, most of his description is not available to read, having been blocked out for some reason. All we're left with are a few words and phrases, such as there being multiple satellite facilities, something about his aspiration and something being erased, and a subsequent crisis. He finishes his description by stating that unlike his colleagues, he does not shirk his responsibilities, and although it doesn't matter if anyone else can parse this file, it's the correct version of it. In a note from Dr. Blank of the Records and Information Security Administration, he tells Deering that while they appreciate his submission, they are not a recreational library, so the accuracy of their archives is an instrumental goal. From a pragmatic perspective, the document he has created is far from correct, and really fails to communicate much of anything. Based on the evidence, it appears that he has suffered multiple cases of intense emotional trauma in relation to this document's supposed content, and as no AI conscripts are available for counseling services, it's recommended that he seeks the support of his peers. In other words, not only can we not see the contents of Deering's description of the event, neither can anyone else, and making Deering look like a bit of a raving lunatic. This certainly calls to mind the incident with his brother dying, where no one else could perceive the entity that he claimed was there. Finally, we're given the real file for the Nexus, designated NX00, with the Nexus class of entire. This is soon explained as Nexus 00 designates all of observable consensus reality. This includes any other extra-universal space which is tethered to or interfaces with reality in a coherent fashion, and any region which can successfully be referenced within consensus reality is itself an extension of consensus reality, and therefore comprises the Nexus. Obviously, it isn't a single continuous physical surface, and incorporates various physically disconnected locales which are at least informationally adjacent to consensus reality. This includes embedded pocket universes, regions of non-existence, areas with extreme anti-memetic influence, a local breakdown of conventional physics, or hazardous nomenclative influence, such as the SCP-4000 forest. There is, however, evidence that there are points and/or boundaries of informational discontinuity which are not included in the Nexus. In other words, there are spaces or points that cannot be informationally referenced, or, to put it plainly, they can't be described in any way. These spots might exist physically in our universe, but due to this trait, they are not included in the Nexus. A hypothetical region existing outside of the Nexus would be impossible to reference, even in a statement which attempts to explain the impossibility of it being referenced. An extreme degree of vagueness, implication, and definition in the negative is required to express discrepancies between physical and informational realities, as any truth statement regarding the physical nature of such a discrepancy is incompatible with the informational makeup of the universe. Functionally, Nexus 00 is an inverse of the Nexus 7243 designation, meaning that since they cannot actually refer to Nexus 7243 as existing, they have to refer to Nexus 00, which is pretty much everything in existence other than Nexus 7243. It's a lot to wrap your head around for sure, but let's keep going. Both before and during the efforts to resolve the global fallout of the Lotus incident, which involved essentially the loss of all AI constructs across the world, there was a staggering increase in the production of esoteric waste substances at all containment areas and sites. Apparently, coincidentally though, the logistics branch noted an inexplicable surplus of infrastructure for esoteric substance collection and distribution, equating to a 100-fold increase in their esoteric waste processing systems. Logistics attempted to construct the emergency duplicate systems necessary to handle all the excess waste, but it became gradually clear that all of the schematics, blueprints, and methodological descriptions of the waste processing systems had become subject to an effect, assumed to be a byproduct of the aforementioned incident. The effect is implied to be connected to 7243, meaning that it can no longer be described or referenced directly in any way. As these systems could not be reverse engineered, the duplicate systems could not be constructed, nor could any similar systems be designed, as an effect pervaded all attempts. The Foundation's understanding of esoteric waste was found to be strikingly underdeveloped, and all relevant pre-existing technologies had been rendered incomprehensible. Their analytical and communicative struggles were also exacerbated by constant interference from rogue AIs, prohibiting any combined effort to properly contend with redundant anomalous substances. In the wake of the ongoing Lotus crisis, a critical buildup of these substances could not be afforded, and so the logistics branch, despite having an incomplete understanding of its former waste disposal solutions, decided to re-engage its global supply network and temporarily resume the delivery of esoteric substances to a discontinuity in Nexus 00, or, in other words, SCP-7243. Despite the reactivation of Lotus a few months later, an effect persisted, and was also encountered in attempting to conceptualize, describe, and measure the nature of the discontinuity, prompting the creation of both Outpost 7243 and this file. After consultation with Dr. Deering, who had spent much of his retirement independently investigating the properties and detoxification of esoteric waste substances, he and a selection of Area 12's research staff were organized into the Department of Esoteric Reduction and tasked with the indefinite maintenance of Outpost 7243. To break all that down, the incident with 7243 occurred shortly before the planned deactivation of Lotus, which was being shut down because it was containing every AI in the world on the basis of them all becoming deviant, and the Foundation relies a lot on AI. We still haven't gotten to the cause of the whole incident, but it seems that in the aftermath, the nature of 7243 has become completely disconnected from consensus reality, preventing anyone from describing it, as well as seemingly erasing its existence from the Foundation's memory, both digitally and personally. Since the engine is no longer functioning, at least as it used to, all of the anomalous entities that it was previously working to prevent their waste production are now fully producing anomalous waste. The Foundation, having lost all memory of the engine, are now suddenly saddled with an enormous waste problem that seemingly came out of the blue, but they also have all of this logistical infrastructure for handling waste. That infrastructure had to be in place for the engine to function properly, but much like the waste, to the current Foundation, this also came out of the blue. What's more, they're not really sure how it all works, as it's all based on tech that they're no longer aware of, and it seems that they have suffered a drastic setback in their ability to handle waste management. This effect, which took 7243 out of consensus reality, not only screwed them once when it occurred, but is now continuing to screw them over in perpetuity, as it's an informational black hole. Deering was then consulted, not because anyone knows about his history with 7243, but because he's spending his retirement investigating esoteric waste, so he's seen as an expert on the field. Based on the last provisional document, though, Deering remembers everything that occurred, and tried to tell everyone about it, but since no one else can even see that information, he's seen as just a bit crazy. During the incident with SCP-6488 and Lotus, the Foundation instituted Project Sargasso, which involved essentially turning normal humans into AI agents to prevent them from being imprisoned by Lotus. It seems, though, that not even these AI agents can perceive anything to do with 7243 or information related to it, so instead, Deering just recommends that they set up containment facilities around any boundaries outside of Nexus 00. which is pretty much just near 7243, and they continue to try and handle the waste as they can by tossing it outside of consensus reality, meaning tossing it into 7243. When Lotus was finally neutralized a few years later, it still didn't allow 7243 to be referenced, despite this situation seeming to stem from Lotus in the first place. Once it was neutralized, though, placeholder McDoctorate reappeared in consensus reality, but he's unable to provide any context pertaining to his correspondence with Reinders during the Lotus incident, with both of them agreeing that interference and impersonation by rogue AI was responsible for any logical discrepancies. We're then given 3 more nondescript images of what appeared to be the interior of a facility, followed by another note from Deering. In it, he says that he doesn't care what anyone else thinks, as nobody has lived with this subject longer than he has, not even Reinders. Maybe he didn't invent the science or get a 7-decade crash course on the workings of the universe, but he's the first person to attempt a real and lasting solution to this problem. Everyone before him was just laying track, and that doesn't take much imagination. Well, he's been imagining what the terminal looks like for 30 years. Maybe that's why he's the only one who still remembers. Not the O5s with their nestics, not the anti-memetics division, not even the deep wells. It's only him, because there's nothing to him except this problem, and you can't separate them and have anything left over. Or maybe he's just being punished again, because in this world, that's reason enough. He doesn't care though, as he can handle it. He can handle all these small-minded idiots treating him like a fool, as he's been ignored before. And while they're passing him by on their way from nowhere to nothing, he'll be working towards the goal, just like always. He's pouring every waking moment into the black hole that swallowed everything he loves. He then writes what he hears rattling around down there, but it's not visible in the document. He writes that something still exists, and he's going to get someone out of there. We're then provided another notice from the Oracle Collective, who is not affected by the effect blocking information about 7243, which informs us that not only was SCP-7243 removed from consensus reality in this timeline, but actually all of Site-43 and the surrounding area was. Since Site-43 was the headquarters for the Foundation's Achromatic Waste Department, it makes sense why they would have lost so much information about how to handle the waste. The note also says that the Oracle Collective has additional documentation about Deering's activities during the last 7 years, primarily with him trying and failing to make contact and restore access to Site-43, and those documents are available upon request. Document corruption, meaning the blockage of information about Site-43, ends at this point due to the dramatic reality restructuring event which we're about to get to. Scenario EE-001 was a recurring catastrophic containment failure that was eventually contained through an amelioration of its effects. In 2043, on September 8th, around 7 years after the initial incident, the following events occurred at Site-43. A large container of esoteric waste is delivered to Outpost 7243 by a drone, which is then offloaded and pumped through a specialized culvert into the region of non-existence. As the waste passes outside of consensus reality, however, the outpost records a 3.8 magnitude earthquake, apparently originating outside of consensus reality. News of this seismic event is communicated to Deering, but no immediate response is ordered. Parachronometers, buried beneath the outpost, begin to detect a gradual increase in local chronological stability, which is incongruent with any previous spikes in ambient readings. Maintenance personnel then alert supervisors to the presence of new reality beyond the defined threshold of Nexus 00, featuring a landscape composed of grasses and clay soils. News of this is communicated to Deering, but again no immediate response is ordered. Deering, however, privately contacts Dr. Reinders, informing her of the ongoing events and expressing a level of shock and enthusiasm. Reinders, however, simply terminates contact. Personnel continue to report unusual activity near the boundaries, as Reinders arrives at the outpost in an off-road Foundation escort vehicle and produces emergency Level 6 credentials. She proceeds to access Outpost 7243's primary control center, triggering the facility-wide alarm system. The outpost is evacuated, with critical personnel evacuated by helicopter. Reality continues to materialize past the threshold, revealing the presence of an enormous research and containment site. A joint detachment of Applied Force Department and Parachronology Division units soon arrive at the outpost, as a sudden 8.5 magnitude earthquake levels the outpost. The earthquake impacts population centers to varying degrees of intensity throughout North America, and deployed units are presumed KIA. In spite of the preceding earthquake, which appears to have directly originated from beneath the research and containment site, the site remains fully structurally intact, but grows increasingly optically distorted, eventually to the point of cognitohazardous abstraction, greatly hindering observation. A tsunami then forms in Lake Huron, and the O5 Council authorizes an experimental aerial containment operation over the affected area. A formation of silent hypersonic craft soon fly over the coast of Lake Huron, dropping an orichalcos-powered matter suspension bomb on the research and containment site below. The device activates, disrupting the troposphere across Ipperwash Provincial Park and releasing an enormous burst of charged, thaumic energy, which quickly settles into an iridescent dome measuring 4 kilometers in diameter. A colossal tsunami wave rushes inland out of Lake Huron, but is repelled backward into the lake by an unknown force. A miasma of indigo begins to emanate from within the dome, apparently contained inside of it. All readings change to indicate an imminent esoteric waste explosion of unprecedented scale, and shortly after, Site 43 is restored, followed by Site 43 being destroyed. Obviously, there's plenty of time screwery going on still, but we're provided a summary of the event to explain some things. EE-001 was a digamma-class paradoxism scenario, primarily featuring an extreme, localized, metastable Copenhagen decoherence event. This type of event involves the overlap of many different possible chronologies, which interact with a multitude of paradoxes, retrocausal quanta generated by said paradoxes, achromatic quanta dispensed into Site 43, and other miscellaneous factors to prompt a zero-sum, localized event collapse. That's a lot of technobabble, but simply it's just a bunch of possible timelines and paradoxes stacked on top of one another in a localized area, made worse by all the waste erasure that 7243 was doing. From the baseline perspective, the entire event took place over a period of 7 years and 4 months, during which time Site 43 was near fully detached and disassociated from consensus reality. Data recovered after the event was over suggests that Site 43 experienced a period of precisely 6 years during that time. The event was induced by an attack on 7243's systems by a faction of deviant artificial intelligences that were released following Lotus's deactivation. 7243 detected the attack and recognized it as an alpha priority, resorting to its default emergency behavior, which is to seek out the individuals on whom it is causally dependent, such as Deering, Amelia, and Reinders, and reinforce its chronology using their personal histories as guideposts. Basically, to counter whatever the AIs were doing to its systems, it was going to draw out the statistically true version of itself from the past actions, memories, and experiences of the key personnel, projecting this version of reality over its present existence, which it understood to be compromised by outside forces. Had enough of the key personnel actually been present at the time, and had local instability not resulted in the rapid overlap of over 100 failed anchoring attempts, the engine would have succeeded in its task. In other words, the deviant AIs had messed with the engine, resulting in all of those weird effects during the incident, such as the local time rushing forward a year, which caused the engine to run its automatic checks 122 times, messing with its ability to find the statistical true version of itself. Those weird effects also resulted in all of the key personnel being either dead, incapacitated, or missing, so the engine failed to fix itself. Its systems therefore attempted to construct a version of events wherein none of the key personnel were involved in its creation, or even in the history of Site-43. This resulted in the engine summing numerous contradictory facts and projecting them as objective truths to be realized simultaneously. Because of this, Site-43 and surrounding areas rapidly fell out of sync with the remainder of the universe, and disassociated to an estimated 98% completeness. It's theorized that this effect was so all-encompassing that it could not be corrected by a naturally occurring CK or ZK class event, which may have been triggered multiple times during the process. The engine, now isolated with the rest of the area in an uncompassable extra-ontological location and its functions expedited by surviving on-site personnel, modeled an uncountable number of irregular chronological paths, systematically eliminating any options which contradicted its core directives. It was able to identify a preferable chronology within a distorted period equivalent to roughly 7 years. The force of the recoherence of the surrounding area, which is actually a nexus in its own right, Nexus 94, was sufficient enough to overpower the influence of any remaining temporal paradoxes. Following a sharp increase in the appearance of new matter, the entire nexus was reconstituted in the span of a single day. In the wake of Site-43's original decoherence, the Department of Esoteric Reduction was established to compensate for the loss of the achromatic abatement section, its methods, and its institutional knowledge. Esoteric Reduction constructed the outpost at the boundary to Site-43 as a headquarters for the monitoring of the dissociated zone, as well as a logistics hub managing the transport of esoteric effluents to Nexus 94. Though the Nexus didn't actually conventionally exist during this period, waste could still be moved into it via a decommissioned pipeline, believed to have once carried platonic material to Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-W. For reasons which remain obscure, this pipeline had not fully dissociated. For almost the entirety of the span of the decoherence, Nexus 94 had been injected with vast quantities of esoteric waste from across the globe, and lacking a feasible alternative or the experience necessary to formulate one, Esoteric Reduction was allowed to proceed with this arrangement indefinitely. Data recovered afterwards suggests that the majority of this waste was successfully ameliorated by surviving personnel within the discontinuity. Upon the incident of Site-43's return to consensus reality, the remaining waste was absorbed into the environment at rapid speed, mixing and fusing with the remaining volatile achromatic and retrocausal quanta within the site to concoct a disastrous chain reaction. A protective energy shield was then deployed over the area, containing the deleterious effects of the impending reaction, but doing nothing to preserve its contents. Minutes after the shield was deployed, a cataclysmic explosion of esoteric waste and condensed antichronons atomized what remained of Site-43, with the energy shield now overhanging a vast, cavernous pit. Cleanup operations discovered a single member of Site personnel unconscious, but alive, at the perimeter of Nexus 94. To summarize the summary then, the engine, left with no other recourse, created a local timeline for Site-43, in which none of the key personnel involved in its creation were involved in its creation, or with Site-43 at all. This created quite a paradoxical situation, resulting in the area dropping out of consensus reality for years. During that time, practically no one except Deering and presumably Reinders could remember anything about Site-43, the engine, or much about esoteric waste in general. But thanks to Deering's involvement, they continued to dump all of this excess waste into the void, which took care of it. What was actually happening was that the personnel stuck on the other side were still using the engine to get rid of all the waste, but the engine couldn't properly dispose of it the way it used to, thanks to the decoherence. Eventually, the engine was able to identify a preferable timeline after 7 years, reconnecting the area to consensus reality, but upon doing so, all of that buildup of non-existent waste collided with the timeline, creating a disastrous chain reaction that probably would have really gotten out of hand. The Foundation acted quickly, though, dropping a bomb that created a shield of energy around the area, containing the reaction and just resulting in the area becoming a massive, cavernous pit. They did manage to find one person alive in the area, though. We're then provided a transcript of the video footage recovered from the personal uniform camera of Amelia Terosian Deering on September 8, 2043. Amelia is standing in the operations control room of Achromatic Facility AAF-X and has activated the engine's referent seeking mechanism for the 486th time. The program runs, and spatial flexures are visible through the observation glass as a klaxon sounds. The chronological stability indicator then flashes green, and the floor beneath Amelia disappears for 10 frames of footage, during which the chasms below are visible and she falls towards the center of the earth. She experiences this as a sudden jolt and staggers back, with the soles of her boots now detached and fused with the reformed floor. She watches as the cavern in which AAF-X is situated continues to contract and expand, the machinery within shrinking and enlarging in opposite rhythm. There's a sound of thunder, causing her to cover her ears, and the bulkhead door behind her shatters like glass. The engine's visible components begin to redshift, and the floor and walls shake violently as a fissure appears in the cavern ceiling beneath the foundations of Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-D, glowing amber. Amelia's diagnostics reveal that low-priority spectral material in a long-term holding cycle within the older facility has breached containment, becoming visible as a steady downpour of amber fluid through the crack. The fluid coruscates, bends, and approaches the control room with apparent intent, and Amelia leaps through the shattered door as the fluid snakes through the observation glass, pursuing her. She flees through the gradually reformulating ruins of AAF-X, and a ruptured paraspectral grounding conduit arcs electricity into her jacket, setting it ablaze with blue fire. She tears it off without pausing. There is a flash of amber, and she throws herself violently through a door into a side passage as the spectral limb behind her misses by millimeters. The floor disappears again, but this time does not immediately reformulate, and Amelia falls into the next sublevel, landing in a pool of red blood corpuscles being churned by a series of adamantine whisks. The limb reaches down towards her as she scrambles to the lip of the pool, and she dives beneath the surface to avoid it. The ceiling above her then reformulates, severing the fluid limb as the leading end disintegrates into a shower of amber sparks, which hiss and sparkle as they strike the blood. Amelia surfaces and pulls herself to safety, staggering to her feet and continuing to flee as the walls begin to glow white-hot. A clover leaf of 7 identical passages meet at an open elevator shaft, and Amelia is seen approaching it from each passage, with each iteration moving at a different rate of speed, displaying injuries consistent with different trauma. Running blind, each iteration apparently fails to notice the others, with the one filming reaching the elevator first. She leaps into it and activates the controls, as the remaining instances are caught by the attacking limb, which gathers them up as one. They melt into ectoplasm as the elevator rises into the ceiling, and visual contact is again lost. This sublevel of AAF-X is seen shimmering red, and an automated emergency message begins to play with Amelia's voice. It says that chronological reinforcement is 50% complete, with the irrealism factor at 7, ontocaustic, meaning that there's a level of divergence between internal and external conceptual spaces which cannot be reconciled without the annihilation of all intervening matter. The message advises evacuation, where possible, and repeats itself 7 more times, adding 1 more voice each time consisting of the 7 key personnel. Amelia emerges into the cavern proper, moving quickly over a series of catwalks which thread between towering factory stacks and storage tanks. Each is now translucent and filled with bubbling liquids in a variety of different colors. Electrical explosions occur in the distance, across the pit at the core of the engine, and approaching Amelia, with the resultant sounds appearing to occur in reverse. The roof of the cavern begins to shimmer, and the roots of the forest above are clearly visible along with the external membrane of Site-43, the topside elevators, and the fractally warped remains of the surface refinery facilities. The assailant is visible above, winding through windows and doors, over tracks and gantries, searching for its prey. Amelia gasps in pain, severely winded, as she reaches the tunnel to the disposal pit, and the assailant snaps to attention, beginning to snake towards her, partially obscured by piping and machinery. She clambers onto an empty waste cart and sets it moving in reverse, as the tracks at the edge of the pit begin to deform like rubber, with the deformation spreading as the explosions grow in intensity and volume. The cart exits Site-43 and enters a system of circuitous tunnels, rapidly outpacing the assailant. A persistent prismatic glow advancing from the cavern outpaces it as well, and it disappears. The cart automatically ascends a series of switchbacks, shaking violently as the tracks elasticize and vulcanize, and Amelia begins to weep. The waste cart eventually emerges at Depot 43 on the eastern fringe of Nexus 94, and she leaps off as it passes through the terminal station, striking the platform and disintegrating. The visible light here is a pale gray, and all moving objects are moving sluggishly, with lingering motion trails. She pulls herself hand over the platform and out of the station, then staggers at a jog towards the distant fence. There is a sudden distortion on the video feed, and the gray illumination is replaced by moonlight as Amelia turns to look back while passing through the unmanned security checkpoint. Her immediate surroundings are color-tinted correctly, but the interior of the as-yet dissociated space remains grayscale. A bubble of color is expanding from Site-43, the colors inverted from the original dissociative event, and as she watches, a ball of light originating from the sky cuts through the expanding starburst and coats the Nexus with a bubble of reflective plasma. Before the coverage is complete, the total obliteration of Site-43 is visible, and a single large amber tentacle thrashes in apparent distress and/or frustration as it coils around the lone surviving stack. The facility's explosion temporarily overwhelms the thaumic shield, casting luminous tendrils into the sky and lake, which disappear in points of brilliant white. Amelia then collapses, blocking the camera view. In another undated note, someone, possibly not Deering, writes that waste is what you've done with your life, with our lives, and potentially with every human life on Earth, and every Earth. and all for pride, selfishness, and misguided affection. The cost of that waste is incalculable, and how would one even begin to abate a waste like that? Miraculously, though, Amelia managed to survive the entire ordeal, as well as the explosion that obliterated Site 43, so we're given a transcript of the first meeting between Deering and her in the aftermath. He finds her in a hospital bed, with no sign of any physical injury visible on her person. She smiles at him as he approaches, and he asks how she's feeling, remarking that it's a stupid question, and says he can't imagine what she's been through. She replies that neither can she, as she can only picture some of it, and she says that he's wondering why she's not out of her mind. The thought crossed his mind, but he had the tact to stop it before it reached his mouth. She replies that he must have been busy while she was gone, but Deering doesn't respond, so she says that he's allowed to smile. He just asks how she did it, and how she did anything. She closes her eyes and replies that she's not going to tell him everything, as she's still exhausted, and she might not ever tell him the whole story. We're then given a note written by Amelia afterwards, which reads, "Dougal Deering saved me, in a sense. I'd already been talking to my mirror for years, staring myself in the face and asking what I should do, imagining that my reflection was actually Phil's, not because he was some wellspring of knowledge. He'd have been the first to say that he put the J in J&M. He was smart, smarter than he ever gave himself credit for, but he was no engineer. He fixed vending machines while I calibrated semioplasma correctors, handled technician schedules while I designed Orichalcos auto defactories. Anybody could have done his jobs, but it always meant everything to me that it was him. So every single day since he's been gone, I'd imagined I can see him in the mirror, pushing me forward. But it's only my memory of him. It's a strong memory, but it still isn't real. His ghost in my shell. For that first year trapped in the world's highest stakes escape room, I kept on imagining him, egging me on, urging me to survive, to find a way out, like Ilsa did. But I'd gone to the well too many times, and I knew how shallow it was. I knew he was gone, even if I couldn't admit it. It wasn't enough to keep living for a dead man. So I let the picture shift and focused on someone who wasn't dead. In another transcript of her camera footage, Amelia is standing within the concentration cell of Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-D, although it's unknown how she ended up there. The walls are coated with bubbling yellow mold, and she opens the vault door, exiting into the facility proper. The facility renders in muted colors with luminous gray outlines, and she begins to walk towards the access elevator for AAF-X. She looks down, and is seen wearing an Esomat suit, the soles of which are sinking into the floor tiles, leaving visible footprints behind. She continues down the corridor, passing a series of prone human forms, with their bodies misshapen and the name tags on their uniforms blank. Later, she's standing at the junction of one corridor and its apparent double, converging at an angle of approximately 15 degrees, so that the exterior wall of one blocks progress down the other. She reaches down to turn the valve on a tank attached to a rolling dolly at her side, and she raises a misting wand, beginning to spray a chalky substance onto the offending wall, causing it to scream. Later, she's standing still in a featureless tile corridor, shaking uncontrollably and hyperventilating, although no apparent danger is visible. She then says no, and curses at something, before proceeding down the corridor with erratic movements, as though avoiding obstacles not visible on the camera feed. Back in the conversation between Amelia and Deering, He tells her that he'll take anything she can give him. She says that it took her maybe a month to get to her office, not needing to eat or sleep or maybe even breathe. It took another month to partition off the AIs still stuck in the systems with the admin control panel on her tablet. The Scranton reality filters were only working at about 80% efficiency to start with, and she watched that number tick down every day. Eventually, they were going to fail completely, and she'd end up like everyone else. But in the meantime, it made everything not unpleasantly fuzzy, like she was always just waking up from a deep sleep. It was hard to focus on more than a couple of things at once, so she focused on the things that mattered, mostly escaping. In another note, she writes, "I pictured Dougal Deering's smug smirk and dead eyes, and I blamed him for everything he deserved to be blamed for. Failing to excel when we needed excellence the most. Killing my husband. Digging himself a pity pit and hiding in it. Begging me to forgive him. Making me think I might someday have a reason to do it. And then leaving us worse off than we'd been before it started. I used my hatred of him as a lodestar. My most powerful, unfailing, infinitely renewable reality anchor. Every inch I clawed back from oblivion was getting me closer to exposing him as a fraud to the council. Every grisly mess that popped back into existence in front of me, every body bifurcated by a wall, every screaming pile of gristle with its skin abstracted and its pain receptors shining in my flashlight beam was another mistake I could spit in his face if only I held on a little longer. When I started powering up the machinery again and setting it to a task it was never designed to perform, and did the work of 100 techs at once, and I ached and sweated and froze, and the hole in my stomach where the need to eat and drink and defecate was gone, I told myself I was proving once and for all that us lowly technicians actually putting in the elbow grease could do things that effete fop had always been incapable of. In more camera footage, Amelia is examining a makeshift thermotitration meter consisting of a work tablet attached to the electricals on an intensely vibrating pipe. She asks herself where something is coming from, double-checking her readings and shaking her head, before sighing and beginning to perform manual calculations on her tablet. Later, she's crouching over a console in the AAF-X atrium, remote controlling a maintenance drone. The drone is LiDAR mapping the interior of the facility, which is expanded by an order of magnitude that the surrounding bedrock should not have been capable of containing or supporting. A sudden fluorescence of light strikes the drone, and it is explosively duplicated 15 times in quick succession. The signal is then lost, attenuated between too many devices at once, so Amelia lies down on an inflatable mattress and stares at the ceiling until the camera automatically deactivates. Sometime later, she's tapping a tablet displaying Reclamation Schedule 2036 to 2037. Each item is marked complete in green, with the date visible as September 6th. Her reflection is caught in the screen, and she's seen to be smiling. Later still, she's standing in the Operations Control Center for Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-X, looking out on the central pit. A stream of heterogeneous effluence is pouring into the pit from above. She clicks her tongue in disapproval as she interacts with the engine's input console, generating a list of potential anchor targets for chronological reinforcement as sorted by declining probability. The highest rated anchor is herself, so she confirms the selection. The engine secures the referent anchor, and the camera view flickers and distorts as a red light passes over her as it attempts to reconcile its chronology. Every flat plane in AAF-X begins to pulsate as though mapped to an invisible spheroid located in the central pit. An emergency klaxon sounds, and Amelia runs diagnostics, with the date and time visible as September 8th, 6:21 p.m. The pulsation and klaxon cease as error messages flood the console. The chronological stability indicator flashes red, and a glowing amber fissure appears in the cavern ceiling. The engine begins its shutdown procedure as Deering, Reinders, and an additional Amelia appear in the control room. They are reenacting the events of the original derealization event as Amelia flees. In the present, Deering says that he's still baffled as to what she was able to accomplish, as the rubber band effect would have lasted 10 years or longer without her working away in there. They couldn't have waited that long, as they needed her back, and here she is. He asks how she kept perspective, working towards that goal without any foreknowledge that she had a chance. She says that that's always been the job, and they don't take snow days, causing Deering to laugh. She looks away, and he apologizes, to which she says that she's never heard him laugh like that before, like Phil. In another note, she writes that her imaginary Phil used to tell her that she was right or wrong based on what she thought he'd think. She knew him like a glove, and it was a near-perfect simulation, with the gulf between it and reality being the first permanent pit in her stomach. Still, it was a comfort, while her apparition of Dougal would always just say that she was right and he was sorry, with him always being so damn sorry. In more camera footage, Amelia is standing within the concentration cell of AAF-D, with the walls coated with bubbling yellow mold. She opens the vault door, showing the facility in muted colors with luminous gray outlines, and she screams. Footage shows her reviewing the reclamation schedule 2036 through 2037, marking each complete item as incomplete. She changes the title to Reclamation Schedule 2037 through ... and begins to weep. Other footage shows her editing an electronic map of AAF-X on her tablet, as the corridor in front of her deforms to match each new configuration, either silently or with sufficient volume to peak the audio recording. Later, she's standing in the operations control center for AAF-X, with the emergency klaxon sounding as the engine attempts to reconcile its chronology, using Dr. Udo Okori as its referent. An applied occultism section uniform is visible in a translucent hazardous materials container in the corner of the room, visibly respirating. Spatial deformation is in progress, and after 10 minutes, it ceases, along with the klaxon, simultaneously. The chronological stability indicator flashes red, and the recorded voice of Amelia states that there's been a reconciliation failure, with the anchor stability insufficient. She selects the next listed anchor, Dr. William Weddle, and turns to face an opaque blue drum featuring multiple freshly applied biohazard stickers. She begins reassembling her Esomat suit. Later still, the console remains visible, with 17 potential referent anchors having been unsuccessfully targeted for chronology reinforcement. The date and time is September 8th, 6:15, and Amelia sighs, leaving the room in the direction of the AAF-D elevator. We're given a few more images of a nondescript facility, and back in the present, Deering says to her that she must hate seeing his face after all this. She responds that it's Phil's face as well, as Deering has a beard and no glasses, but it's still his, and she can't. She says that she's spent, to which he tells her that she'll feel differently when she's rested. She doesn't think so, however, and says that she thinks she sees things in the proper perspective now. There's no use blaming him for being an idiot, as in his idiot way, he's trying to help. In another note, she writes that she wanted to stay furious at him, and thought that she needed the inspiration. She wrote him a hailstorm of angry letters, perfecting the art of tearing him to bloody shreds, and daydreamed about placing the bundle in his hand and forcing him to read them until he was dealt with for good. But day by day, gradually, she lost her fire, and she couldn't keep it up while alone in this lunacy. She refused to give him his holy grail of forgiveness, but she did try to forget him. She focused on the work to find the solution, not in anyone's memory and not out of spite, but because it was her job and she could do it. It needed doing, and she was alive. In more footage, she's seen walking into a featureless void, reciting the Fibonacci sequence and turning 90 degrees after each odd number. The ambient darkness lightens noticeably each time she does this. Later, she's laughing, with the camera showing the emergency terminal for AAF-D's anachronic sump flush mechanism. She has apparently flushed the sump's contents into AAF-X and is observing the resultant interactions to plot a path to the AAF-X operations control center. Still later, the camera turns on in pitch blackness, and she says that it's 2041, and she got through 52 potential anchors this time, all of them dragging. She's hitting the shoals in about 20 minutes, and might go down with the ship this time, asking if there's any objections. The camera remains active for 19 minutes before red emergency lighting begins, illuminating the ceiling of the AAF-X operations control room. She sits up, stands up, picks up her tablet, and heads for the door. In the present, she tells Deering that he's trying to fix his old mistakes, but he keeps making new ones in the process, and that needs to stop, now. As he tries to interject that he doesn't think, she cuts him off, saying that he thinks too much actually, but never about the right things. He thinks about how unfair it is, about how it's not his fault, but he never examines his motivations. His job is to resolve the abatement crisis, but he's only been pretending to do that. The world's toilets are overflowing, and here he is plunging down his black clog of guilt on their borrowed time. She tells him that this is what he deserves to hear, as he keeps messing up, and every time he does, he waits for someone to tell him it's okay, but it's not. It isn't okay that he's wasting their final opportunities in favor of feeling sorry for himself, and that's over as of this moment. If he needs Phil to forgive him, he can't, because he's dead. If he needs her to do it, then he's worn her down and she's sick of it, so she forgives him. Now she tells him to take responsibility and do his job. In another note, she writes that when her resolve slipped, she promised herself that she'd track down that supercilious twit and let him have it with both barrels as a victory treat. But every time she clawed out her new temporary haven after that damnable annual reset, she imagined what it would be like to dig herself out entirely and meet him digging inward from the other side, as she knew he would be, and she couldn't find her nerve. Maybe she'd long since lost it, but he'd be trying for the first time, and also for the first time she found that that wasn't entirely without meaning. She simply hasn't got the energy to hate anymore, as hating him and her prison and this ridiculous unending nightmare has burned through everything else she ever had. It's just him and her now, and what he said in a puff of selfish navel-gazing is finally true, that they understand each other, and both want this to be over. In some more footage, Amelia is standing in the operations control center for AAF-X, scrolling through the list of potential referents to the lowest probability options. She locates the entry for the Dawmal signature of the materials handling disaster which killed Deputy Janitorial and Maintenance Chief Philip Deering in 2028, rated at 0.00082 probability, and selects it. The date and time is listed as September 8th, 2042, which is actually 2043 thanks to the temporal divergence, and she says, "Happy anniversary," as she activates the sequence. The chronological stability indicator flashes green. In the present, Deering tells her that he can't do this himself, and he needs her help, so she can't give up. She replies that she's only giving up what's already wasted, and as soon as she's back on her feet, she'll be back in the trenches. They're going to do it right this time, a proper, complete solution with no miracle cures. Deering agrees, saying that this time will be different, to which she says that this time is the last time, as she can't fight him again. He's all that she has left of him, and she doesn't want to hate either of them anymore. Analysis of the volume of energy released during the rebound event showed that while it was incredibly immense, it didn't nearly match the volume of energy expected of such an expulsion. Current data suggests that the most likely vector through which the excess energy may have escaped resides in the threshold between consensus reality and the decoherent space Nexus 94 was transposed to, meaning that it would have been released into extra-dimensional, possibly extra-universal space. If this is true, models suggest that the high velocity of the esoteric waste containing this energy would relieve the Foundation of its harmful effects in their entirety, as the quanta would be propelled far from baseline reality. The following day, this hypothesis was confirmed. In other words, much of that anomalous, time-bending energy wasn't released in that big explosion, but was instead sent into other dimensions or universes. I'm sure that won't have any consequences. So Amelia managed to escape the temporal limbo that she and she alone was kept in, thanks to finally fixing the engine and releasing all of the pent-up energy from the waste processing. She finally managed to do this after running through every possible person and event that could be used as a reference for the engine to stabilize itself temporally, by anchoring it to the least likely contender, the incident which killed Phil. This is the one that finally clicked, suggesting that the engine couldn't exist without this event occurring. Why she and she alone was stuck in there isn't exactly clear, although she suggests that Reinders also escaped. But now that she's out, they still have a big waste management problem to solve now that the engine's gone. That's not including the potential problems stemming from that energy getting sent into other universes. She tells Deering that there will be no more miracle cures, and they're going to fix this once and for all, but from the sounds of it, they're going to need a miracle cure more than ever to sort all this out. We'll find out how things all come together in the third and final part, but I think it's clear that you don't mess with time without time punching back. SCP-7243 Existential Abatement Part 3. In most articles in the SCP universe, the Foundation has survived for many years and continues to survive thanks to their prudence. The Foundation is typically risk-averse, generally choosing to simply contain things as much as possible, research what they can, and work steadily to ensure the safety of both their organization and the rest of the world. The Admonition series of articles provides us a very different picture, of an iteration of the Foundation where they're not as adverse to taking some big risks to solve some of their big problems, essentially existing as an example of why most Foundations function the way that they do. In SCP-7243, we've seen this Foundation's attempt at solving their waste crisis, with a plan that frankly seemed doomed to fail from the start due to messing with time. Let's finally see how it all ends up though, and whether or not this iteration of the Foundation simply implodes from sheer hubris. When we last left off, Amelia had returned from Site-43 after it was tossed outside of consensus reality for a number of years. She still seemed to be in her right mind despite all that had occurred, but because SCP-7243 had been continually used to deal with anomalous waste during that time, it came back to reality with quite the explosion. This explosion was somewhat contained by the Foundation, merely managing to wipe out all of Site-43 and the surrounding area, but as it turns out, most of that energy actually wasn't used up in the explosion. Most of it went into other dimensions and timelines, so we're now informed that numerous central normalcy authorities throughout the coalitional time plane have reported the manifestation of new adverse anomalous phenomena that came out of nowhere after the event. We're provided a curated selection of some of these phenomena from the Oracle Collective. In one dimension, a mass of unabated conceptual matter appeared within the corpse of a large-scale aggressor, which was currently undergoing abatement procedures at Area 16. Combining with other substances, the mass metastasized within the corpse and instantiated what the Foundation there called a conceptual kaiju resident in the logosphere. This entity promptly colonized the realms of speech and cognition, preying and feeding on human mindfulness and assaulting linguistic structures and higher grammatical forms. Plans are currently underway for a counter-conceptual linguistic device, a mecha verb, to combat it, codenamed Red Pen. In another dimension, some Theovlavic material is deposited into the core of the Sun, but the Oracle Collective can't determine this event's correlation to the following alterations to the Sun because of the loss of diplomatic relations due to irreconcilable transhumanistic change. In another dimension, a 7-meter-long recursive pipe array, the Mobius stripper temporal matter reduction system, vanishes from the interior of Acromatic Abatement Facility AAF-D. Unfortunately, this timeline is determined to be the prime timeline, and afterwards, temporally variable conduits are formed between the timeline where the 7243 event occurred and a multitude of other timelines and adjacent reality spaces. These conduits are further reported to facilitate the unwelcome interdimensional transference of various anomalous phenomena, particularly during emergent scenarios, adding an additional layer of chaos and unpredictability to those scenarios' results. Research conducted by the Prime Timeline's Department of History appears to suggest a direct correlation between these conduits' effects and evidence of a chain of historical ZK-class reality failures, the last of which occurred in 1500 CE. Further cross-temporal analysis has been deferred to the O9 Collective, per the importance of the Prime Timeline in Meta-Foundation affairs. Later, the O9 Collective has concluded that the ZK-class phenomena constitute an ascension of a Tier 4 cosmological anomaly, which threatens to fully manifest upon the authoritative Prime Timeline and all its descendant branches. In another iteration, ontologically dark-shifted material is deposited within Abatement Facility AAF-D at Watchtower 43, in equal proportion to the materials already present. The materials annihilated each other in a controlled fusion explosion, which vents through the multiversal conduits, dissipating in the atmosphere and resulting only in equipment fatigue within the facility. Early estimates suggest an incremental increase in global climate change across all affected timelines, alongside associated para-oncological effects. The last incident mentioned involved an instance of SCP Foundation Research Site 107 suddenly appearing, which was the only Foundation presence in this timeline. Admission to the Meta Foundation is pending based on first contact. It's been confirmed by the Collective that this log was received and viewed by several of the relevant authorities' overseer personnel, but for reasons unclear, the authority had made no attempt to communicate to the Collective, nor to any impacted timeline, nor to ameliorate said impacts. An audit is pending. The real kicker of all this, however, is that based on the incident numbers of the ones we were provided, this event has impacted hundreds of thousands of different dimensions and timelines. Amelia, after suitably recovering from her ordeal, proceeded to write a thesis paper on what she went through, titled Plunged, or The Last 72 Months of Site-43. It was submitted to the Faculty of Esoteric Reduction in May of 2044 to fulfill the requirements of the degree Doctor of Esoterica, and she gives special thanks to her supervisory committee, Dr. Reinders, whose fault this wasn't, and Dr. Deering. She also dedicates the paper to Phil. We're not given the whole paper, just the start of the abstract, which states that on September 8, 2036, Treatment Site 43 was excised from consensus reality, and on September 8, 2043, it returned. Over the course of those 7 years, temporally restricted to 72 months within that pocket of unreality, with no oversight, assistance, sustenance, or sleep, the majority of the Foundation's achromatic abatement procedures were carried out by one person, Chief Amelia Terosian Deering of Janitorial and Maintenance, with this being her testimony. Reinders writes her a note about it, saying that she would have entitled the paper The Woman in the Annihilator, but tells her congratulations on becoming a doctor. After Amelia recovered, Deering engaged in email correspondence with the Pilcrow-Minkowski Center on a daily basis, developing a radical new esoteric reduction device and constructing it at Treatment Area 21 with Amelia's engineering expertise. We're given some of the correspondences, although the messages from the PM Center have been lost due to mishandling of data transfer to Research Station Nemesine, detailed in SCP-6183, Black Box. Deering writes that it has to be foolproof, as the last one failed because fools tampered with it. Human error cannot be a factor, or if it is, its influence needs to be isolated to things that can't destabilize our reality. If their solution threatens the stability of their own conceptual space, it's no better than the problem. The PM Center replied that the phrasing Deering used of our own conceptual space is key, and they have a solution. When Deering tells them to spell it out for him, he afterwards replies that Amelia will never go along with that plan. The PM Center mentions something about pocket dimensions, and Deering replies that after mulling it over, he thinks they're right. That's the obvious lesson to learn from what happened, as they've essentially been handed a model and shown that it actually works. The engineering will be functionally identical, which is important, as he won't do this without Amelia's help. He can sell her on pocket dimensions, but not the other thing, which is just between them for now. He's not going to look her in the eye and tell her that he took another shortcut. Later, the PM Center tells him that they cannot yet approve his penultimate request without some context, but he replies that he has no intention of explaining what it means. That's what they're going to name the device, and they can give the project some fanciful name if it makes them feel better. With that, we're given the file for this mysterious project, which was given the fanciful name of Project Anaximander, presumably named after the Greek philosopher. A quarterly report for the project written by Deering states that it continues to be an unqualified success, as they have transmitted 6 packets of esoteric effluence to their final destinations via Magic Drawer. This is apparently the device that Deering was talking about previously, although it's noted that details regarding this device are released on a need-to-know basis. All monitoring efforts suggest that the packets of waste were properly abated at their destinations to a high degree of efficiency. 0511 confirms the absence of any notable backlash effects, and the project will continue as planned through the next quarter at least. Precautions have been taken to ensure that the incident with SCP-7243 cannot occur again, and Area 21 has received multiple requests from other Foundation facilities to implement limited, local magic drawer devices at key points in the global logistics network. Due to the nature of Magic Drawer, however, and the high degree of technical ability required to operate and maintain it, these requests have been denied. They acknowledge that this solution does not provide the same expansive and proactive coverage of 7243, forcing small-scale abatement processes to continue, and to that end, they have chosen to pursue a collaborative rather than unilateral approach. We're not given the rest of the quarterly report, and are instead given a note about the Esoteric Reduction Gala, which was reinstated in recognition of the incredible strides forward made by the Department of Esoteric Reduction under Project Anaximander. Highlights of this event included a retirement address, a tribute to the lost personnel of Treatment Site 43, several lectures on achromatic abatement, and the wedding reception for the guests of honor, Doctors Amelia Tarosian Deering and Dougal Deering. That is perhaps the most surprising event mentioned in the article so far. We're then given another one of the undated, unnamed notes, which says that they've stopped even trying to guess what waste is. They hardly even think about it anymore, even in the most absolute abstract. Out of sight, out of mind, where once it was out of mind, out of sight. You tell me this way is better, but you don't tell me everything, not even now. Next, we see a list for the Magic Drawer packet delivery log for the year to date, with it confirming that a number of waste packets have been delivered to various other dimensions or timelines. The most recent one, however, is listed as packet pending, with the target destination being curiously the same timeline that these events have been occurring in. Obviously, that shouldn't be happening, so an emergency meeting is brought together between Deering, Amelia, and Reinders. Reinders tells Amelia that Magic Drawer is targeting them for delivery, which Deering says is impossible, and Amelia wonders if it's sabotage of some sort. Deering agrees that that must be it, as they can't be next in line after only 6 deployments. Amelia says that there must be safeguards for this kind of thing, and asks how it can even target a coherent timeline, as it was designed to dump into pocket dimensions. She then realizes that Deering didn't tell her everything about the project, and he begins to explain. For an explanation, we're provided the initial proposal file for the project, submitted by Deering. The purpose of the project is listed as permanently, robustly, and sustainably eliminating the deleterious effects of redundant esoteric waste substances on consensus reality, at sufficient scale to compensate for the indefinite exponential growth of contained subjects and their byproducts. Typical mechanisms of esoteric reduction, such as used in achromatic abatement, are dependent on the detoxifying properties of an anomalously stable copper isotope occurring naturally within the waters of Lake Huron, which has been infeasible to artificially reproduce. As the quantity and volatility of anomalous waste have been increasing, this method has become less and less effective, and can't be replicated at sufficient scale without using up all of Lake Huron's water. An alternative method of esoteric reduction, known as existential abatement, has been proposed and implemented by the PM Center, and was found to be over-engineered and profoundly unstable. This was SCP-7243, which failed, partly due to being prematurely deactivated, which left it vulnerable to commandeerment by rogue AI agents. This resulted in the loss of Site-43, its personnel, its infrastructure and contributions, its contained subjects, and the nation of Japan, as well as the sudden and global resurgence of the esoteric waste substances crisis, multiple breaches of baseline realities' ontokinetic and chronological integrity, and a cascading hazardous materials breach of multiversal proportion. The Department of Esoteric Reduction fundamentally rejects the pursuit of any such experimental solution, and has worked closely with the PM Center to develop a well-tested, robust, rigorous methodology which will ensure the stable ejection of esoteric waste substances from consensus reality. The method utilized by the project, then, doesn't involve erasing or detoxifying the anomalous waste, or trying to remove them from consensus reality, but instead ejecting them into parallel universes. This process must be executed such that the impact on recipient timelines is minimal and undetected, as the recipient's foundations, or their analogs, might otherwise become hostile to them. To achieve this, ejected substances should be evenly distributed across a wide range of timelines in small concentrated quantities, and they should be delivered to precise locations and times wherein their esoteric properties will be swiftly abated by local forces. The feasibility of this approach is attested by the EE-001 event, which now stands as this project's initial test case, and controlled and targeted dispersal can only excel these results. To accomplish this, the Department of Esoteric Reduction proposes the creation of an industrial Eigen machine stationed at Area 21. This would compress esoteric waste that has been sorted by attributes and properties into concentrated packets. An extra universal imaging mechanism, designed by the PM Center in conjunction with placeholder McDoctorate, will generate a time-plane curve map describing all timelines which possess an iteration of Site-43, or a suitable equivalent. Every 72 days, for each waste packet, the next sequential timeline in the time-plane curve map will be identified and targeted, hard-coded to avoid human error, and is subject to a ratchet system which cannot be countermanded, as the intense thaumic backscatter produced by each packet deployment must be evenly distributed along the timeplane's heat arc to avoid a potentially meta-apocalyptic imbalance. A temporary trans-dimensional way, or portal, will be initialized, linking Area 21 to the appropriate section of the selected timeline's abatement facilities at the time of minimal projected impact. The waste packet will then be ejected from consensus reality through this portal, whereupon it will be abated in the recipient timeline. The portal will then close, and the system will ratchet forward along the timeplane map in anticipation of the next deployment. So basically, the Foundation is compressing their anomalous crap and sending it to a bunch of other foundations without them knowing, dropping them into their abatement facilities to get handled. It's kind of a scummy thing to do, and obviously is going to have some repercussions down the line. After explaining how Magic Drawer really works to Amelia, she's in disbelief that he lied to her. He says that they ran a month of simulations on dumping waste into pocket dimensions, with the consensus being that it would almost certainly collapse the destinations, leading to a rubber band situation like with 7243. He says that it's just a detail, not even a major one, and it's just like dumping into pocket dimensions in every respect except for ontological strength factor. Reinders says that she wanted to tell her, and so did Deering, but he knew that she would never go along with it. She says that he didn't really need her help, but he disagrees, saying that he needed her on his side so he could make this possible. She shoves him away and says that he wanted her to think that he had found a permanent solution like he promised, and calls him a sad sack of shit. She then laughs and holds her head in her hands, before saying that she needs more information about where exactly they're sending all of these packets of waste. Deering says that it's always to Site-43, but Amelia replies that they don't have a Site-43, leading them to explain that they've been sending things back in time as well. She asks when into their past is this packet going, and Deering checks the terminal, nearly collapsing at what he finds there. He says that they're not doing this, to which Reinders says that it's already been done, as the past is a pact. They need to send something anomalous through the aperture, and they need to do it soon, as they can't destabilize the cosmos for this. Amelia is confused as to what's going on, and Deering just says that he won't do it. He didn't do it, and it wasn't him. Amelia convenes the primary operational staff of Area 21 to review the data from Magic Drawer, determining that its data is correct. It's preparing to transport esoteric effluents to Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-D on September 8th, 2028, the day that Phil Deering died. The executive staff reconvene, and Amelia says that this isn't a problem, it's an opportunity, as they can just send something innocuous back. Something that's enough to get the job done, but not enough to kill him. They just discovered that Phil was never meant to die, and since they caused it, they can uncause it. They can fix the whole thing, and all they have to do is whiff the next shot. Deering replies that she's saying that he caused it, and Reinders tells her that these versions of themselves and everything they've done are the products of Phil's death. They can't create a toxic Uber paradox to save one human life. Amelia, however, says that they're meant to fix this, as it's an indescribably unlikely coincidence that they'd end up targeting themselves. Reinders replies that every target is indescribably unlikely, particularly from the perspective of each. Deering agrees, saying that there's just no way they're the next recipient on blind luck, as it would be the single greatest probabilistic outlier ever recorded. It's infinitely more likely that something went wrong with the machine, and it failed to model the time plane curve correctly. Theoretically, they should be the end of the arc. Amelia just remarks that these are more mistakes, to which Deering immediately assumes she's blaming him, saying that Placeholder was the one who did all of the calculations. Reinders says that she's been trying to reach him, but he's gone silent again. They only have a little over 2 hours before they have to make a decision, although Reinders says that there's nothing to debate. Amelia says that they can save Phil, as they work miracles every day, and if they burned the brain cells in this room, they could power Toronto for a lifetime. She crawled her way out of hell for this chance, to do right by someone she loves. Deering says that maybe it is possible, but Reinders is resolute that it isn't. Amelia shouts that they can do this, they can start over, and that she needs her husband back. The three go silent, before Amelia apologizes to Dougal, and he says that it's okay, because he knew, of course. Reinders interrupts the moment by saying that she can't spare them the time, as they're out of time to waste. Amelia finally hesitates and says that they need to let him go, but Deering says that she needs to let him go, while he needs to take responsibility. Deering then calls a recess to allow for the Historioglyphics Division to compare the next packet with the reported contents of AAF-D on September 8th, 2028. Amelia and Reinders are later engaged in conversation within Amelia's office when they are alerted to the power-up of Magic Drawer by a momentary power fluctuation. They return to the control room to find Deering missing, instead finding him within the maintenance access corridor to the device's delivery aperture. Amelia rushes to the outer door, finding it locked, while Reinders remains in the control room. Amelia hammers on the door and shouts at Deering to ask what he's doing, seeing him through the porthole standing in the empty aperture, clenching and unclenching his hands. She says that he's standing next to the loading chamber, and it's not going to fire until he closes the inner door, as she tries to open the outer door, but her access code is denied. She continues pounding on the door as she shouts at him, but she gets no response. Reinders tells her over the intercom that he's overriding the safeties, causing her to pound on the porthole, bloodying herself in the process, and continuing to shout at him. The overhead lights then flicker, and a persistent hum is heard as Magic Drawer prepares to deliver its packet. Amelia tells him to stop and talk to her, or else she'll shut the entire system down. Reinders tells her that she can't do that, and Deering finally turns and also tells her that she can't do that. She says that she can, to which Deering replies that they know that she can, but it's the wrong move. He's sorry, and he thought this would be easier if the two of them didn't talk again. She says that he always wants to do things the easy way, and he replies that he's making up for it now. From where she's standing, though, it looks like he's about to give up and leave them the mess he's made. He tells her that he knows what killed Phil, because he killed Phil, and this is how he did it. The thing that coiled around Phil did so for a reason, and it ignored him. It solved the problem, and that's why he's the only one who could see it, because it was him. He's the loop. This packet is 100% paraspectral, and it's the extra material that showed up after Phil flushed AAF-D, the stuff that nobody could account for. It's the source of the thing that took his life, and that thing behaved with purpose. Amelia tries to argue that that doesn't mean that he has to go through, but he says that it does. The loop is stable, so long as they get this next part right. Otherwise, there will be a paradox. Phil's death set all of this in motion, and it's cross-multiversal now, so Phil has to die again. He always has to die, and it has to be a sure thing. That means that they need control at the moment of crisis, something with agency, which isn't just a shot of ectoplasm. Amelia asks what makes him think he won't just melt into nothing when the packet pours onto him, and Deering supposes that he will. But he knows that that won't be the end of it, because he saw himself. He saw himself draw in the extra energy, take Phil, and then pass back into the pipes. Amelia asks why it has to be him, to which he just says that he's his brother, and this time he's going to show up for him. Amelia then argues that this doesn't make any sense, and they're not thinking rationally. Why would this be the loop? Him turning himself into something that would kill his own brother? Deering explains that without him involved, the packet would have just killed Phil instead, and then it would have blown the entire facility sky high. As far as anyone would know then, it was all Phil's fault. But instead, something sucked up the effluence in the air and then took him. Deering then realizes that he remembers thinking that Phil hadn't felt it and hadn't suffered. Maybe it gave him that, and then it saved the site, giving Dougal the chance to turn the valve and start his penance before disappearing into the system. He then laughs and says that he bets that it was still in the system back in 2043, to which Amelia says that she saw it. It leaked down into the engine from AAF-D and tried to kill her as well on her last run through the cycle. Deering remarks that that doesn't make any sense, since she couldn't see it in the video of Phil's death. She replied that she could see it in person, though, when the chronology anchor started to work. When Site-43 rolled back to reality, it must have been caught in the throes, and it appeared, reaching out for her. Deering says that it was running in circles for 15 years, trapped in the pipes, waiting for her to bring him back to life so that he could help her to survive. Amelia remarks that he didn't help her to survive, and laughs, saying that she should have known it was him. She then asks again why this is the loop though, because Phil only died because he did this, and if he had not died, Dougal would never have decided to do this, so the logic doesn't work. Deering just shrugs, saying that it happened, so it does work, because the universe requires it to. It's a bootstrap paradox, and the materials involved were ambichronological, with time flowing both ways. Or maybe that's looking too deep, and he and Phil are just predestined to part. Amelia places her hand on the porthole, and Deering moves to match the gesture before pulling back. She tells him that that's not enough, and it's not universal perversity. It needs to mean something more. He did all of this for him. They both did, but he tells her that she's half wrong, as he never did any of it for him. Amelia says what about her, telling him to let her do it, as that's the better solution. Deering says no, causing her to call him selfish, but he says that it's the least selfish part of this, maybe the only part that isn't. Sure, he's taking the easy way out, but that's who he is, and that's all he's useful for. Maybe he can find a way to do some good in there, and if he can, he'll keep trying. But he's weak, and lazy, and short-sighted, and nothing anyone can count on, as she well knows. So she needs to stay out there, the way she is right now, and keep doing the real work. Because that's who she is, and nobody made her that way but her. He then tells her goodbye, before stepping into the loading chamber and pressing a button, closing the inner door. Amelia tells him that she doesn't forgive him, as Magic Drawer activates, and Deering remarks that it's just a trick, recalling the toy that he was bringing to show his brother years ago. The device then compacts and delivers its packet. We're given one last unnamed, undated note, this one simply reading, "What is waste? I guess you finally figured it out, Dougal." This marks the end of the compiled documents for this item, as far as the Oracle Collective has gathered together. In their summary, they state that deliberate abuse of authority resources precipitated the enhanced ascension of a Tier 4 cosmological anomaly, in addition to extensive material damages and injection of volatile anomalous phenomena within and beyond the coalitional time plane. Personnel in positions with unfettered access to power, resources, and opportunities for abuse of those are governed by irrationality, individual self-aggrandizement, and interpersonal indulgence. This iteration displays routine ignorance of meta-contractual obligations, making no effort to report to the collective or acknowledge their existence. In their judgment, they deem the iteration to be in major violation of various multi-foundation agreement clauses. Because of this, their central normalcy authority iteration has been ejected from the coalitional time plane. Any outstanding interdimensional access to the coalitional time plane has been severed, and their coverage under Goldbaker and Associates is now limited. Their local temporal authority will soon revert to pre-coalitional status, losing any data which would allow their infiltration of the coalitional time plane, or any feasible recreation of the collective's services. Their timeline is subject to the forces of the multiverse, including the variety of catastrophic events perpetrated by their iteration in kind. They implore them to exercise greater caution in their efforts to contain, in balance with their aims to secure and protect. In other words, this iteration has screwed up one too many times and has now been kicked out of the club. Whereas the collective has bailed them out in the past, fixing up the mistakes of other admonition projects, they won't be doing that again, so they're on their own. We're then given some text messages between Dr. Reinders and Placeholder, with Reinders saying that they did find him, after a fashion. It took Amelia a month to reverse engineer and then adapt the old 7243 referent seeker to pick up his Daumal signature, altered state or no, but she did it. He's still out there. Placeholder just responds by saying that he's busy, and asks if there's something she wants. She replies that he was blundering aimlessly around in some idiospheric trash heap in between darting in and out of time and space, looking for something. She says that Placeholder knows what he's unleashed already in the process, not that he cares. Placeholder says that she might be surprised, so Reinders says that she's sending him the snapshot that Amelia took, and she hopes that he takes a good, long look. Placeholder asks her what response she's looking for here, such as regret or satisfaction, and says that she knows how it goes. Reinders replies that he left her holding the bag, both of them did, and she wants him to acknowledge that. Placeholder says that he has nothing to give her, not until this is done, but Reinders says that it will never be done, will it? Placeholder ends by saying that she knows how it goes. She plays her part, and he plays his. Reinders then sends him an image, the snapshot that Amelia took, and says that they all fall apart at the finish line. Finally, we have some terminal commands sent by Placeholder, in which he sets up the terminal to wipe his session activity after he shuts it down. He then sends a message to SCP-6276, an extremely intelligent AI that handled encryption for Site-15's database, titled Mastermind, although considering that it was around in 2097, it's not clear how or when Placeholder is interfacing with it. The message that Placeholder sends reads, Operation Last Straw Success. Project Admonition Ready. A reply message is then received from an address at mastermind.net, which simply reads, Initiate Phase 2. Clearly then, this series is becoming more than just a collection of disparate articles based loosely around a central theme of arrogance and miracle fixes. Placeholder McDoctorate seems to know a lot more about the situation than pretty much anyone else, but he's keeping things pretty close to the vest for now. As a general summary then, Dougal Deering witnessed an incident where an anomalous phenomenon killed his brother in front of him, but no one else but him could see it. Afterwards, spurred on by his brother's wife, he developed a machine capable of erasing anomalous waste before it could even exist, through some temporal shenanigans. This machine failed, partly due to the actions of hostile AI agents let loose by Lotus, which resulted in Amelia being stuck in the site by herself in a temporal loop for a number of years. She finally made it back out, and Deering resolved to make a better system this time, which involved sending the waste to other foundations to deal with instead of into their own past. This too failed when the system targeted their own timeline, something it wasn't supposed to do, with the team realizing that it was going to send waste back to the day that Phil died, completing a temporal loop. This whole scenario began because Phil died that day, so he needed to die from this, otherwise there would be a massive temporal paradox that would basically rip apart the multiverse. Deering realized that they couldn't just send back a pile of anomalous crap and hope for the best, as they had to be sure that it would kill Phil, so he had to go back himself to actively kill his brother and ensure the time loop was completed. In doing so, he himself didn't actually die, but he's now an anomaly himself, floating around through time and space. Amelia managed to lock onto his signature, but who knows if she'll ever be able to do anything about it, now losing both Deering brothers in the process. All of the admonition articles are tragic stories, as is their nature, but this one is perhaps the most human of the bunch so far. Phil was an utterly innocent victim that can never be saved, despite all of the messing with time going on here. Dougal finally takes responsibility for everything he's wrought, but ends up in quite an unfortunate state. And Amelia has tried to be the reasonable one throughout all of this, but has really only ended up where she started, but without either of the Deerings. Presumably, the new waste management system they've implemented, Magic Drawer, is continuing to function, meaning that this is a rare case of an admonition article in which the miracle cure seems to still be functioning. That being said, we're left with quite the ominous ending regardless, as we don't know what Operation Last Straw entailed, and it's doubtful that much good is going to come from Project Admonition itself. All of these articles have led to the enhanced ascensions of Tier 4 cosmological anomalies, and that's certainly something that's going to come into play before long. We can hope that Placeholder is on the Foundation's side, but there's a lot of Foundations, and it's clear that Project Admonition involves a lot more than just one unfortunate timeline. Time will tell, but perhaps one timeline with a penchant for finding miraculous fixes to big problems will ruin things for everyone. SCP-001, Touching Eternity. The ability to stop time temporarily is usually regarded as a really amazing and impressive ability in media, with a wide range of uses, from the lucrative to the salacious. What if time stopped indefinitely, however, except for a small percentage of the population? Sure, there's still potentially some upsides for those people, depending on their perspective, but how many people would truly want to live perpetually in a world frozen in time? This SCP-001 proposal takes a look at that exact sort of scenario, showing some differing opinions on why time should or shouldn't resume in such a case. While a return to normalcy sounds fairly welcome in that kind of situation, not everyone thinks so. Let's take a look. SCP-001 is listed with the Apollyon object class, and the containment procedures state that it cannot be contained, with those affected by it being currently considered lost. SCP-001 is categorized as a ZK-class temporal cessation event, which resulted in the total cessation of the standard passage of time on February 13th, 2025 at 5:10 a.m. PST. Following the event, the natural progress of time as understood by society ceased, with affected persons, animals, and inanimate objects remaining locked in the position they were in when the event took place. While it is believed to have affected an overwhelming amount of the population, a currently unknown number of humans have remained unaffected, retaining their ability to move and interact with the environment, but most natural biological processes have ceased. The mechanics of the event are poorly understood beyond this, and research remains ongoing. SCP-001-1 was a stone shrine located within Olympic National Park in Washington, USA, dedicated to Eternum, a deific figure believed to oversee the natural flow of time. This sanctum was the last remaining shrine to Eternum, as well as the last location of modern worship of the deity, and it collapsed on February
Crack it open. Food, huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. I just sat down and started eating. Let's do it. Right, we have volume mixed. So down to the 40. Volume up a little bit. I think. Mutually assured mid-distraction. Jungler is over there. Seal this over. You think the guy's hopping over? It's a goal. system. I should have gone on the bush. I've been blown from the sun. I've been up there and walked too long. I'll do it anyway.
slain. An enemy is unstoppable. Shut down.
Oh, nice. I'm up. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Forgot. Hotshot. We got different rules. Go forth and die no more. Akshan's crazy on Summoner's Rift. Just in general. I believe this should just go wrong. Beautiful boss. Sweet! Equalizer 9,000. Shiny and green.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody,
S rank, not S plus, but S. A valid rank. Valid equivalence? Oh no. Bracket we trying to set ourselves up for. Or having fun. Do we have fun? Uh-oh. I don't think I've really done Kane jungle since.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
I need to figure out how to do this. Dependent on inflow and outflow.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
No, it is up. Or is that a chord? Oh, I can't tell. I'm so bad at hearing things. Can't you hear me? Cane indicates spamming abilities and withstanding, but also auto attacks. We're gonna be able to switch on the fly in game. We gave you the tool. So I don't know what we're doing. It's just part of the City Hall. Because I picked up the phone. Instant distraction, right? Yeah, we want to know if we get some save changes. Was it incomplete though? So we're gonna go gold, auto attacks, and low health. Heal or prioritize? We'll prioritize getting killed. 6-7 wins. Oh, what? There was an API. Oh my gosh. There should be UI indications on if there's an interactive ability. Oh, no, yeah. See, like inside of your email app, swiping left or right from options and everything, but there's no indication on the left or right side that there are options to be, rolled open to. Nitpicking and polishing fine edges of the Imperial machine. But the idea is to make sure that what you have hidden is still visible. Especially if it's supposed to be a user interface. That's the reason why we have full icons or like full text box descriptions and everything like that, or just bottom right of the toolbars. That's part of the thing. Or the desktop shortcuts on a lesser level, or the file name inside of the file explorer in a lesser level, or the exact address, whatever. Oh no, the Paragon of the Sun is AFK. Oh no, Bathtub Coast is AFK. Oh no. Oh no. We're just gonna find Bathtub Coast now. Really? Oh my, I forgot there was a bit I wanted to, let's see, I want to chroma key out the R space right over there on the bottom left of the screen. Wow. I'm just, don't worry about it. It's not like I'm trying to make I guess we did get a win, so we can celebrate by going back to the grind set mindset, right? Look at that. That level is ugly. It needs to be improved into an uglier version of itself. I like how it looks. But I'm me. Everywhere. No. So where can I go? No, I need to care about. The Should I care about the other things? That sounds random. Like, I won't say anything until specific aspects, so I can find out what I do. I don't know that. Not too bad. There's a subtle reference to exactly what I'm trying to get at here with a 90-degree turn on perspective. So this text box right here is rotated 90 degrees. Oh, and also what I'm trying to get at with like the 3-point button. So this text box is rotated 90 degrees. This text box is straight up and down. And it is, with a scroll bar, scrollable. But with the same up and down movement of your scroll bar, one is moving visually left and right, and the other one is moving up and down, but both of them are still moving up and down, regardless. And it's just, you know, some antics in the background. Swapped it over just on that one small interaction. And if you can visually understand it, then it's imaginative. And both of you flexed your imaginations appropriately. Somebody creating something to be understood and then something being understood. But then, if it's not the answer. Had it lost, had it lost, had it lost. What happens? Something is happening. Good luck.